In the suburbs outside Atlanta, a chilling murder rocks the community.
DeKalb County Police need your help identifying a group of men accused of killing a security guard.
He tried to stop him and they shot him.
This was an execution.
A young detective must piece together
He was right here. Fire him.
an unbelievable whodunit.
You think you're one step closer and you go 2 steps back.
It was crazy. A grainy video with a key clue
We knew at the time we were looking for quite a few guys involved in this.
puts the investigation on a path.
I think I see the suspect's vehicle.
Riddled with deception
I wasn't in no murder.
He didn't know what to believe.
Police, open up.
before finally leading to the killer.
It's not what you think.
The biggest thing the detective has to do now is shut the F up and listen.
All right, let's hear it.
We spent our careers solving Atlanta's most puzzling homicides.
But there are other investigators just like us.
With the passion and skills needed to solve the most unbelievably challenging murders.
These are their cases. We're driving out here in DeKalb County, just outside of Atlanta.
Most of Atlanta is Fulton County, but some of it is DeKalb County. And sometimes the way DeKalb intersects with Atlanta, when I was a patrolman, you wouldn't know which side of the street was Atlanta jurisdiction or DeKalb. So we were tight with the detectives in DeKalb homicide because they had to always close some really tough cases.
In fact, in the winter of 2022, they caught a wild murder mystery. And it all started at this very location.
I need for somebody to get the courtesy dog.
Okay.
Immediately, there's been a shooting. Our guard has been shot. Oh my God.
Is there any way you can make contact with him, ma'am?
He's on the phone right now, but I can't, he's not responding.
All right, ma'am. We have police, fire, and EMS en route, okay?
Oh my God, please hurry.
Guard will be in a black truck by the service bay.
When the first responding officers arrive on scene, they find the victim. He's inside of a pickup truck. He's bleeding. He's unresponsive. So their priority at that point is to get him to the hospital.
I got 1 male shot. I need EMS.
As homicide detectives, you're always going to get scenes where people are in the throes of death. And a lot of times they'll call us out because there's a low expectation of survival, and this situation was no different.
DeKalb County Detective J.B. Williams is assigned as lead on the case. This guy was a rising star in DeKalb homicide.
I grew up in the city of Atlanta. I just always had an interest in law enforcement. One of the shows I used to watch growing up as a kid was Cops. Then the First 48, it's just interesting to see how they would put everything together. So that grew my interest in going into law enforcement and later on becoming a homicide detective. My godfather, actually, he was a sergeant with the DeKalb County Police Department, and he told me to apply with them. And I started the 4th of November in 2013. In June of 2019, I was promoted up to the homicide assault unit.
Photograph everything.
Yes, sir.
At that point, I probably worked a couple hundred cases of shootings and or homicides.
We're talking about a Gen Zer that's got the zeal, the vim, and the vigor that we had when we started.
All right, what do we know?
Our victim is a white male, 2 gunshot wounds.
JB comes to find out his victim in this case is 24-year-old Henry Ashley, a security guard assigned to that particular property.
Working the graveyard shift, man.
The dealership was recently robbed, too.
That dealership had a previous break-in, so they were trying to be proactive by getting security at the location so it wouldn't happen again.
And this is how the truck was found?
Yep.
When the responding officer arrived on scene, they did locate his vehicle, crashed into another vehicle that was parked in the dealership parking lot. That was an indicator that the vehicle wasn't in park when he was shot.
Did Mr. Ashley have a gun on him?
He did. It's in the truck.
The fact that this victim had his weapon on his seat, but the weapon was unfired. He didn't even have a chance to level that weapon in defense of his own life.
Victim was caught by surprise.
So this looked to us a straight-up assassination.
Yep, they got the drop on him. Find shell casings?
Yes, sir. Right over here.
All right.
There were several bullet holes in his hood and also his door. The shell casings were approximately 10 to 15 yards from where the vehicle came to arrest.
We found 8.
What size?
9 mil.
8 times seems focused. I mean, that's really leaning into it. Almost sounds like overkill.
We've had cases in the past where multiple shots means it's vengeance.
Was it random, or was it some other focused event? These are the questions you ask yourself as an investigator.
He was right here. Firing. Bang. Bang. Bang.
J.B. Williams had to consider that this was a personal assassination of this particular victim.
There has got to be a lot of cameras out here.
When you come to a crime scene like this, you've got no eyewitnesses. The business is closed. This is after hours. And so you have to rely on the technology. It's critical.
Did you talk to the business about the cameras?
Definitely. They supposed to download everything, send it right to us.
Okay.
It was kind of exciting that we did have the video so we can kind of know what took place leading up to those moments prior to the victim getting shot.
JB is about to get more good news.
Found something. It's a phone.
Do you know if the victim had his phone on him when you found him?
I think he did.
Since we found out it wasn't the security guards, we believed that it was going to be the suspect's or the shooter's phone that he dropped.
This is Christmas at any homicide scene. This is almost like the shooter dropping their ID card.
Bag it. Let's get this into evidence right away.
That phone was a big piece of evidence that we wanted to get into and look into.
This is JB.
Mr. Ashley didn't make it.
When you get that call while working a scene that your victim has passed on, has died, you'll never get a chance to talk to them and further this investigation. Your heart goes in so many places, it's gut-wrenching.
With little else to go on at the scene, it was time to speak with Henry Ashley's wife. One of the hardest things a homicide detective has to do is knock at a door at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and tell a family that their loved one had been killed. It takes a toll on any detective that has to do that.
I don't understand.
He left for work, and his family expected him back home later that morning to come back home to his son and his wife, but he couldn't do that because of this senseless act.
When was the last time you spoke to your husband?
Earlier he called me. He knew something was wrong.
The victim told his wife he had a bad feeling about that night, that literally the hair on the back of his neck was standing up, almost as if it was a premonition that something was going to happen. Moments later, shots rang out.
I know this is hard, but we need your help.
What do you need?
We rely heavily on these family members to help us solve their case. They know everything about this victim. If they had some type of beef with somebody.
Did your husband have any enemies?
No. No one.
This victim had nothing going on with anybody. He was well liked by friends and family. So this case really shifted in the direction of this is probably a property crime that turned into a homicide.
We appreciate your time, and I'll be in touch, okay? 1 second. JB.
Hey, JB, we have video surveillance from the dealership.
Okay, I'll be right down.
This entire murder could have been caught on film. Quinn and I met with JB to see the footage with our own eyes.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Vince?
JB, how you doing?
JB, heard some good things about you, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
man, I heard you had a video for us.
Yes, I got some great video for you guys. Back, man.
All right.
Head back to the office.
Let's do it.
Bad. Having video like this tells the story.
This is the security footage approximately 20 to 30 minutes prior to the shooting actually happened.
That's his vehicle right there?
Yes, this is his black truck, the security truck, and he's sitting here just like a normal night.
JB shows us a different camera, which picked up something suspicious.
And we can see these guys coming from the wood line, walking onto the dealership's property.
Oh, wow. You got 5 guys coming out the wood line like stormtroopers. We don't have 1 person, we got 5. So what's really going on here?
And this is how the truck was found?
Yep.
DeKalb County Homicide Detective J.B. Williams is investigating the murder of security guard Henry Ashley.
They got the drop on him.
He was gunned down in cold blood while working the overnight shift.
And we can see these guys coming from the wood line.
You can't really see their faces, but surveillance video shows multiple suspects. I'm like, this is huge.
So looking at this video, they're not communicating. Doesn't look like they're talking, almost as if they've had this planned out.
Those 5 individuals then enter the service bay and proceed to try to get keys for vehicles to steal from the location.
A short time later, Henry Ashley interrupted the robbers' plans.
We believe they heard the vehicle pulling up to the area where they were in, the security vehicle, and you can see them begin to flee the location.
You see 4 of the 5 suspects run from around the building and disappear.
And so right here, one thing to notice is there are 4 guys right here.
Right.
That's right. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 guys. And here's the security truck coming at the top of your screen. As you can see, the security guard truck go back towards the front of the dealership. We see all the guys run off, but we noticed that 1 guy was left behind, so he's like, what's gonna happen next?
Moments later, the 5th suspect emerged from the shadows on the other side of the building.
You're gonna notice he's coming out of the service bay.
Oh, wow.
He thinks the security guard is gone right now.
So he's running in the same direction that we saw the security vehicle driving towards.
Correct. The security guard proceeded to drive through the parking lot, and something catches his eye. He stops and backs up. And that's when we believe he encountered that last individual that was on camera.
The murder, the actual killing, is not caught on camera. It's actually obscured by the brick and mortar of the business itself.
Shortly thereafter, the 5th guy ran off.
So no doubt, your thoughts are number 5 is your shooter.
100%.
Even though the murder happened in a blind spot, it's chilling nonetheless. And the next thing you see moments later is a security officer's truck slowly going forward and crash into a parked vehicle. With all of the options that number 5, presumably the shooter, had to escape, he chose to engage the security officer. He could have ran into the wood line, but he chose violence.
That's the story.
Right.
He chose violence that day.
Right.
So at this point in the investigation, Detective Williams has a lot of evidence. He's got 8 shell cases, 9mm. He's got video that basically captures all 5 suspects. He's got a phone that's left on scene. He's got a lot of work to do. JB screens the security video countless times, searching for clues to ID the suspects. You have to study that video like it's the birth video of your first child.
The shooter initially had on a mask, and once he got into the bay, he took it off. But the camera wasn't, I wouldn't say that great, where you can kind of identify him from the video.
Making progress?
I think so. What do you see?
You can just tell by the face of the individual that took off his mask and their mannerism and moving throughout the dealership. You can tell that they were younger guys.
Like, look at their clothes. They look like teenagers.
What really catches JB's eye is the shooter's distinct clothing.
You recognize this brand?
No.
He had on a hoodie that stood out, that wasn't like a regular hoodie. It was black with white writing on it.
That little detail, that white writing on that hoodie, that could be the one thing that helps solve this case.
Let me show you something else. I think I found the suspect's vehicle. It's like a silver gray SUV.
The diligence of Detective J.B. Williams reveals that a silver vehicle was lurking around right before those males emerged from the wood line.
We knew that was the vehicle that drove these individuals to this incident.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Detective Williams is hoping that this vehicle he identified on video is key in helping identify the suspects.
After some digging, the detectives discovered the silvery SUV in the video is likely a Kia Sorento.
Just in case it belonged to the suspects, he put out a bolo for this vehicle. In the meantime, JB decided to focus on other dealership break-ins. These were happening frequently throughout the metro Atlanta area at the time of the homicide.
JB pores over the police database. We have to look at other crimes that are similar in the neighborhood, especially close in proximity, and in this case, dealerships. He quickly gets a hit.
Here we go.
We did find one that happened in Marietta 4 to 5 hours after this incident. It was another case the same night where some guys entered a dealership and attempted to steal some cars. I felt like there may be a connection.
He finds out in that break-in, they also had 5 suspects involved.
Did they shoot anybody?
No one was hurt in that other case, but you still gotta connect with that detective, see if he's got video.
What evidence do you have? You have a video.
He's got to consider these are the same guys.
Great. Send it over. Thank you.
Looking into that other dealership burglary, we thought we were hot on the offender's trail.
You gotta connect those dots.
They just sent over the video. Something's off.
Once we got that video, we did notice the guys entering the dealership, and they seemed like they were older than the guys that broke into the dealership where the homicide occurred. You can see the guys in the stature and the build. These guys just seem older and organized. You get a lead and you think it's promising, and then you look into it and it doesn't pan out. It was kind of disappointing.
Four days after the murder, JB gets positive news.
JB?
Detective Williams learns that the processing of the iPhone found on scene is completed. This is go time.
What's the name? Irving Smith.
We did link that phone to a 22-year-old black male that was local, that lived not too far from the dealership.
So now this is all matching up. He probably has one of the 5 people identified.
Okay, thank you.
We got right on it and went out to his residence.
Irving Smith better be able to explain how his phone is on J.B. Williams' murder scene.
We got with uniform patrol to assist us in going out to the house. We do that to be on the safe side.
Police, open up.
This is the moment where he's going to possibly come face to face with the shooter. This is gonna go one of two ways, either really, really good or really, really bad.
Irving Smith.
So at this point, what J.B. Williams has is basically the bullseye. He's got something to shoot an arrow right into the middle of and hopefully solve this case today.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
He's got to put eyes on Irvin Smith.
That's the fun part, baby. Love it.
Police, open up.
I'm wishing I was J.B. Williams at this point.
What's the name? Irving Smith.
Detective J.B. Williams catches a break in the Henry Ashley homicide investigation.
A cell phone recovered from the crime scene leads him to a potential suspect, a guy named Irvin Smith.
He heads to Irving's home with no idea what to expect.
Police, open up.
We knew that this possibly could be the shooter, so we were being extremely careful.
Irvin Smith?
We told him we needed to speak with him about an incident that we were investigating.
No big deal. Got an issue down in the office we need to clear up.
A lot of times what we'll do is, we'll tell this person who we think is significantly involved in our investigation, we just want to get your name out of it, so we got to get it on paper.
He was pretty cooperative. He went with us to headquarters. We advised him of his Miranda rights, and he did advise he wanted to speak with us.
What can you tell us about the night of February 19th?
I don't remember.
He was cagey with Detective Williams. He wasn't really being upfront.
Did you lose an iPhone?
I don't think he understood the severity of what we were investigating.
Come on, man. This is a homicide, and we found your phone at the scene.
Once we got to the point where we told him what we were investigating, he started to become more cooperative.
I wasn't in no murder.
So start talking.
He had something to hide, and Detective Williams had to get to the bottom of it.
We have your phone, so don't lie.
All right. I was robbed.
What do you mean?
Irving describes an incident from the day before the murder.
He told us that he was at this complex off Boulder Crest Road, waiting to make a transaction with someone about some bank cards. They used bank cards to copy innocent victims' card numbers to retrieve their money from their bank account.
Next thing I know, these dudes came up and they robbed me of my phone.
When you hear a story like that, I mean, it sounds like BS, totally made up.
Yeah, my default is I don't believe shit.
Come on, man.
I'm serious. There was a whole crew of them.
Several young individuals, all black males, teenagers, robbed him, and they took his phone.
We got people coming out of a wood line on a murder scene working in concert as a group. This robbery mimics that behavior.
It is a high crime area, so it was not out of the ordinary that this may happen.
I'm telling the truth, I swear. I can prove it.
So crazy as this may seem, Detective Williams was able to verify text messages to his friends telling them, I just got robbed of my phone. So the phone that put Irvin Smith in this crime scene now has taken him out and alibied him out. He is not one of the 5 suspects.
You're free to go.
It was kind of back to the drawing board to see what the next steps would be.
With Irvin ruled out of this crime scene, Detective Williams shifted his focus to the Kia Sorrento that was captured in the surveillance video.
He didn't believe the killers owned the SUV, so he checked to see if any were stolen in the area where the cell phone was taken, and he hit pay dirt. A woman in Stonecrest reported a gray Kia Sorrento being stolen from her home on the same day as the homicide, and it still hadn't been recovered.
JB thought it's gotta be the vehicle, so he went on a relentless search to find it.
Once we found information about the Kia Sorrento and the area that it was stolen from. We went out to the area of the stolen iPhone to see if it was maybe ditched in the apartment complex or a park or anything, or a business nearby.
Baby.
We've had cases where we have done this, but we have never actually found the car ourselves. That's a needle in a haystack.
I started to go through the different complexes and immediately noticed a gray Kia Sorrento backed into a parking space.
I think I see the suspect's vehicle.
The suspects could still be driving.
Looks like a silver or gray SUV.
Detective J.B. Williams has identified the getaway vehicle in his murder.
The SUV was stolen on the morning of the homicide, and it hadn't been recovered.
Baby.
Finding that SUV could be the actual key to solving this case.
I think I see the suspect's vehicle.
JB proceeds with caution.
Stand by.
I pulled into an adjacent parking spot, and I sat there for a second to see if someone may enter the vehicle.
With no activity, JB finally heads for a closer look. The VIN number is a match to the stolen SUV.
It's our vehicle.
While looking at the VIN and looking inside the vehicle, I can see a Dodge Key with a dealership tag on it. And by seeing that, I knew that this possibly was a vehicle that was used in the homicide.
The fact that J.B. Williams himself actually went out and found this stolen car was the most incredible piece of evidence so far in this case.
That's over the top. I mean, that sounds like
I'm not making
elementary.
it up. That is incredible.
But this just goes to show Detective J.B. Williams is a bona fide dog in them streets. A thorough search of the vehicle comes up empty and clues leading to the suspects, and the case quickly turns cold. Even though J.B. Williams didn't find that tangible evidence like fingerprints, DNA, you're confirming to yourself as a detective working the case you're on the right trail. DeKalb County Police decided to turn up the heat. So on March 1st, they issued a $10,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest.
Authorities are increasing the reward to $10,000.
JB also released the surveillance video to the media, hoping someone would recognize the suspects.
We solved a lot of cases in our careers going this route. But as a detective, you always have to weigh the risk of putting too much information out there versus the reward of someone calling in. JB, he had that same dilemma. He made a choice and hoped for the best.
You can't watch the phone nonstop because you're not sure if someone's gonna call in or not.
But it isn't long before the phone starts ringing with tips.
One young lady called in and said that she believed that one of the offenders worked at a tire shop within the Decatur area. We also received information from a middle school of a principal saying that he knew who the offenders were. We looked into the information and it didn't pan out.
So many times, David and I have been on a case and we're honing in on the right suspect, only to find out it's not the right suspect. And that's Homicide 101. JB doesn't wait long for the next potential lead.
All right, what information you had?
I really have a lot of information.
We received a tip of someone saying that they know exactly who the person was.
The one with the hoodie that has the writing and stuff on it.
She recognizes that black hoodie with the white writing all over it, and this is the same person that J.B. Williams believes is the shooter.
All right, can you at least just tell me how you know it's him, this guy?
I know his face.
My brain would swell up if I heard that information come from a caller. That is a bam moment.
The hoodie belongs to my son. I really have a lot of information.
A phone call puts Detective J.B. Williams one step closer to solving the case.
This is a distinctive hoodie. The hoodie belongs to my son. That's number one.
What she says leaves JB speechless.
What's your son's name?
He needs to meet this kid ASAP.
I called my son going off on my son. I was like, what the hell? He was like, I didn't wear that hoodie. He was like, that's not me.
That hoodie was her son's hoodie, and he allowed his cousin to borrow the hoodie.
Okay.
Bring the hoodie in, but I don't want my son or my name tag or anything.
We began to look into the number because she did not want to give information as to who she was. So we look into the number they called and locate an address for the individual that called to give the tip.
You need a search warrant. You got to go to that house and get your hands on that hoodie, and you got to do it legally.
Armed with a warrant, JB headed to the home. The tipster and her son, a teenager named Lamont, were not there. There were other family members in the home, and they allowed the detective to search the place.
JB wasn't able to find a hoodie or any other evidence connected to the case. However, the family members actually called the woman, and she agreed to bring her son into the homicide unit to have an interview.
It's really important, because it's pretty serious. We're investigating a homicide, that you be honest with us about what's going on.
Lamont is adamant he had nothing to do with the homicide.
I had told him, "Oh, bro, stop wearing my stuff."
He says he gave the hoodie to his cousin, 16-year-old Samaj Johnson. So now he's injected another name.
But my mom had picked me up. She was just going off. I ain't know what she was going on about. I was just totally confused. She told me, "I spotted you on your hoodie. What you been doing? Where you been at?"
He told us he wasn't aware of Samaj breaking into the dealership, and he claimed to just be a homebody and stays at home and not really get into what his cousin gets into. In the midst of us interviewing the caller's son, we contacted Samaj Johnson's parents to have him come to the office so we can speak with him.
I don't know who it is. You got on my hoodie.
JB Williams has to consider he may be telling the truth, that hoodie really did transfer from him to his cousin. While waiting for Samaj to show up, JB begins some preliminary background checking on the young man.
JB learned that Samaj got into a little trouble while he was in high school. He'd been into some fights, things of that nature, but there really wasn't any more information. With juveniles, if they've gotten themselves in trouble in the past, that information is sealed. And it's protected by the law. We can't even see it, and we damn sure can't use it.
JB was gonna have to go into this interview ice cold and only confront him with the crime that he was investigating. Later that same day, Samaj Johnson arrives for questioning.
With him being a juvenile, so both his mother and father was inside the interview room at this time.
Let's begin.
We just started to ask him his whereabouts on the night in question and try to get him to tell us what happened that night.
I wasn't there.
So this is the thing. Let me tell you, this is the thing. We know you was there, so we just want to know what happened that night.
I wasn't there.
He denied knowing about what was going on and claimed to not be there at the incident. You didn't have no mask on your face.
No, that wasn't my face.
Yo, listen, Samaj, real fast. I'm telling you, it was you. We got to a point where we believed that he wasn't going to give us any more than he was already giving us.
You're not leaving us much of a choice here.
Even without solid evidence tying him to the murder, JB makes a move.
You're not going to waste all night, but we'll explain out what's next. So we asked the parents to step out the room. We want to tell them the next step in the process. He's going to be under arrest, and we want to take him into custody.
Listen, we're charging him with murder.
From our experience, once you drop the big M, the murder, on a person and tell them that's where we're headed, that gets them dancing a different tune. I mean, that's the real life.
Whoa, wait. Can we just talk, just us?
He got my attention and asked to speak with me alone. I went to ask the parents if I can continue to talk with their son alone, and they advised that I could.
All right. Let's hear it.
This is the moment that every detective wants, where you know you're about to get to the truth, About to get to the bottom of what really happened to your victim.
JB is about to hear a story that blows him away.
It's not what you think. I don't know anything.
JB made some kind of impression on this 16-year-old Samaj Johnson.
You're not leaving us much of a choice here.
That's something you can't be taught at the academy.
Whoa, wait. Can we just talk, just us?
Or any homicide school.
All right. Let's hear it.
That's innate, that's natural.
Let's begin.
The Henry Ashley murder case seems to be coming to a close.
I wasn't there.
Listen, we know you were there.
Detective J.B. Williams has identified at least one of the suspects, a teenager named Samaj Johnson.
Can we just talk, just us?
Anytime a detective gets a coattail pull from a suspect, that's the moment of truth. This kid wants to say something.
It's not what you think.
J.B. Williams is finally about to get some answers.
I mean, yeah, I was wearing the hoodie, but this whole thing's not my fault.
Samaj Johnson tells Detective Williams a crazy story.
He was walking down the street and encountered some guys that end up kidnapping him and forced him to break into the dealership.
Like, here we go. Like, how many times have we heard this story before?
He knew he was lying, but you gotta let him get it out.
But then they gave me the ski mask, and then they gave me a hoodie. They gave me that hoodie that y'all talking about. Boom.
They told him to, once you get to the dealership, to go get some keys from the service bay.
Tell me about the security guard.
That guy spotted me.
He told me exactly what we saw on video, that the security guard backed up and spoke to him.
You shot him?
No way.
He said once the security guard backed up and spoke to him, he immediately heard gunshots.
Shots just started firing.
Samaj goes on to say that these people just started shooting out of the woods.
Who shooting for them woods?
You telling me literally like 50% of the truth?
No.
That's total BS, because what we know is shell cases are found right by our victim's security truck. Samaj changes his story.
He then told me that it was a male that came around the corner from where they were standing.
Why isn't that guy on camera running away?
By the video, we knew that there was no one else out there other than him and the security guard. He placed himself on scene, and if he was the guy wearing that hoodie, we knew that he was the shooter. That was the only other person it could be.
I was there, but I didn't kill him.
He pretty much admitted to me everything that he did other than shooting the security guard.
Your story doesn't make any sense. Who were the guys you were with?
I told you everything.
The lies he's filling the room with are not even consequential to a successful conviction.
Based on all of the evidence, we believe that these 5 individuals went to that dealership that night to steal some cars. Some of the offenders that entered the dealership got away from the security guard. And that last one that didn't get away was cornered by Mr. Ashley.
Samaj being 16 years old and not being experienced in crime, not being experienced in life, panicked and fired his weapon in an attempt to get away, thinking that a security officer is gonna grab him and take him into custody. It's still murder. In Georgia, it's felony murder. But whether he had malice in his heart and he showed up that day, the evidence doesn't suggest that's what his intent was.
I guess that's it then.
It's time to pull the plug and move this young man on to the next facility.
I'm the booking.
"12 days after the murder, 16-year-old Samaj Johnson was charged with burglary and murder.
he still refuses to name any of the other 4 suspects.
A judge rules that Samaj will be tried as an adult.
His attorneys make a deal with the district attorney's office to plead to manslaughter. 20 years for the voluntary manslaughter charge and 5 years for the gun. To serve that, even at 16 years old, that's a long sentence. But at the end of the day, Samaj Johnson is where he needs to be to serve his sentence for the crime that he committed.
It was a very rewarding case for Detective Williams.
So this kid wouldn't talk to anybody, but he chose you. He chose you, and you were the only person he would talk to. What do you think that is?
Yeah, so during the beginning of the interview, I told him a few things about what we knew, and I believe that he knew that I wasn't playing around. He knew it was time to come forward and tell what happened that night.
And even though he didn't give a classic confession, the fact that he put himself on the scene in the midst of shell casings and a business, we call that a confession.
When I think back at this case, I think of 2 different things that are happening simultaneously. We have a poor victim who is working a midnight shift to raise his family, doing his job, and loses his life. On the other hand, you got a new detective.
Details are everything.
Trying to cut his teeth on doing what he has had a lifelong dream of doing, investigating murder.
It's our vehicle.
But he didn't do it just because he had to.
Who were the guys you were with? I told you everything.
We didn't get the other 4 guys, but we're 100% certain that we got the right guy.
On the book him.
He did it because he believed in it, and he wanted to serve justice to this family of this particular victim.
Good job, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
See you around.
Nice meeting you guys.
Brilliant, brother, brilliant. It's a beautiful look into the future, and it feels great to a couple of old dogs that are now up on the porch.
Orlando, Florida single mother Angel Glenn does whatever it takes to support her toddler.
She was a stripper and men fawned over her.
But when she hooks up with a bad boy, Angel crosses over from a world of seduction into a life of crime.
Angel was trying to find herself and being intrigued by this young man who had money because he sold drugs.
She was very much in love with him. She had no idea that she was setting up a bloodbath.
And later, in Hershey, Pennsylvania, desperate housewife Carolyn King abandons her family in search of a fresh start, only to find her perfect match in a local convict.
They were just in love, infatuated, and smitten. I think she just wooed him in such a way that he just couldn't resist.
But it turns out to be a match made in hell for anyone who gets in the way of Carolyn and her man.
They had her stripped naked, placed the gun at her head, and pulled the trigger.
They were as thick as thieves. They would do anything for each other.
Orlando, Florida may be the happiest place on earth for some, but not for child of divorce Angel Glenn, who's kept on a short leash by her mother.
The breakup of the marriage might have caused her mom to be more sheltering of Angel.
A dutiful daughter and a model student, Angel seems to be destined for a life on the straight and narrow until puberty hits and the good girl turns into a voluptuous teenager overnight.
For Angel, growing up in a home where her father wasn't a steady influence in her life perhaps put her at risk for being a little boy crazy. In other words, trying to find her father through as many male figures as she could.
And it doesn't take long for Angel to go from discovering boys to getting pregnant.
Angel had a baby when she was 18 years old, and the father of this little boy was not involved in her life.
Where are you going? She drops out of school, but her church-going mother blames the men Angel runs with for leading her astray.
There is this tendency for good girls to like bad boys, and it seems that Angel may have fallen prey to that particular pattern.
Determined to get her on the right track, Angel's mom tells her daughter she needs to get a job to support her son or get out of the house. But Angel knows her options are limited, and the only thing she believes she has going for herself are her looks.
She's a pretty girl, and pretty girls like attention. So Angel began to perform as a stripper at private parties.
Stripping yields quick, easy cash that you would out-earn your counterparts that are working at a local drive-in or a fast food restaurant.
And it's during a night out that Angel happens to attract the attention of 22-year-old twin brothers, Dante and Dante Hall.
They're very, very difficult to tell apart. The only distinctive feature is Dante has a tattoo on his neck, and it says, "Money ain't a thing."
Despite Dante's best efforts, Angel finds herself drawn to Dante, who seems to be the one in charge.
Dante was the more aggressive and certainly the more assertive of the two, and the two of them were dedicated to each other, but basically Dante followed Dante's lead.
Angel was very attracted to Dante because, unlike his twin, Dante was much, much more aggressive, much more the bad boy, and certainly Angel had this very rebellious spirit.
Not only are the Hall brothers identical twins, they share the same profession. Both are major cocaine dealers with a reputation for ruthlessness that is well known and feared throughout all of Orlando.
They had developed a certain clientele among the crack users in particular. And so people knew that if you wanted to buy crack, that you would go to see Dante and Dante.
Dante had this danger in his lifestyle that she just was drawn to.
The attraction is instant and mutual, and Angel and Dante dive into a relationship that lasts the entire summer.
They stayed together at various motels and would get together as much as they could.
Angel seems at ease as the girlfriend of a notorious drug dealer, leaving her son with her mother for long stretches to spend more time with Dante, who has now graduated from merely dealing drugs to robbing other drug dealers.
The one thing about choosing criminals as your victims is that criminals don't typically call the police for help.
Dante finds another way to make money as well, by helping himself to a cut of the money Angel makes from dancing.
And this became an opportunity for Angel to embed herself into his life, to be able to take care of him and give him the things that would sustain him.
Life goes on this way for several weeks. Until one day, when Angel receives a call from a man named Billy Robinson, a potential client Angel met a few days earlier.
Billy and Angel met in Orlando, and Angel made it clear that she was willing to dance for money.
So you all are gonna take care of us then?
And so through Billy, this party got set up for Friday night at a place in Eustis, which is about an hour's drive away from Orlando. At one point, Billy told her, "You be sure to get your girls because we're gonna be giving you a lot of money."
Dante is present and is overhearing both sides of the conversation via the speakerphone.
After hearing the phone call, Dante's thinking, guys with all that money to spend on strippers, they must be rolling in cash.
And Dante, the consummate businessman, comes up with a plan. He and his crew will rob the party, and Angel will serve as bait.
She willingly went along with it because that was her boyfriend, and Angel, at one level, understood that her boyfriend was potentially dangerous.
In Orlando, Florida, private dancer Angel Glenn and her boyfriend Dante Hall plan to rob a party of one of Angel's clients. All she has to do is follow Dante's lead.
Once Angel is inside the party, Dante and friends will enter the party to rob the patrons there.
Girl, get up. What are you doing?
That afternoon, Angel calls two girlfriends she's worked with before to dance at the party with her, while Dante calls his brother and they plan the robbery. Later that night, Angel and the girls make the hour-long drive to Eustis, followed by Dante, and a neighborhood friend.
Angel did not convey to the other dancers that a robbery was about to take place.
In no time, Angel and the girls are on the scene in Eustis, and the party is underway. while Dante and his crew sit tight in a car down the street.
The girls had started dancing, the guys were drinking, there was a little drug use in the party. So it was a very festive atmosphere.
But Angel never forgets the real why and who she's there for.
There were a number of phone calls back and forth between Dante and Angel. Dante was asking her, how many guys are there? Do they have guns? What room are you guys in? And he instructed her to try to entice everybody into one place, because of course it would be easier for them to control the crowd if they were all in one spot. So she did as she was instructed.
Girls were dancing, the girls were being tipped, the guys were drinking, they were laughing, joking, having a good time.
When Angel has everything set just the way Dante wants it, that's when he and his crew make their entrance.
Dante was the first one in the house, and he was armed with an assault rifle, an AK-47, which on the street they call a chapa. And right behind him were his brother, Dante, and a third guy carrying 9mm pistols. And Dante ordered everybody to get on the ground. He said that if they didn't do what they were told, he was gonna make this chapa dance.
Angel hits the floor with everyone else. And while she may be the one who set all this up, even she isn't prepared for what happens next.
Then as they were on the floor, they were also reaching for the money and the jewelry that they wanted for a reason that is still really not clear, other than the fact that perhaps he wanted to get the partygoers to understand he was serious. Dante fires off a couple rounds with the AK-47.
Dante fires at the concrete ceiling and the bullets ricochet, hitting several partygoers, killing a man named Anthony Blunt.
Dante continued to spray the place. His girlfriend, Angel, was in just as much danger as any of the other partygoers or the other dancers.
He disregards her safety, and that should have been a moment for Angel to have a second thought about the relationship that she has with Dante.
She probably didn't think that Dante was capable of such acts at that moment because she loved him.
So far, the take from the robbery is just under $1,500 and some jewelry, much less than Dante expected. He's not happy.
And he and his friends fired off a few rounds to emphasize that they meant business and they wanted the rest of the money. Keeson Evans, who was one of the higher-ups in the group, said, all right, you want more money?
It's in the back of the shoebox.
Dante sends Dante to look for the money, which doesn't really exist.
Yo, snuck me here.
When Dante returns to the main room empty-handed, Angel sees just how far Dante's willing to take this.
He's angry at the fact that one of the partygoers lied to him, and so at that moment, he decides to teach a guy that lesson.
He locates Keeson and shoots him in the head.
Realizing there isn't going to be a larger payoff, Dante and his crew take off, leaving the girls behind.
I believe Angel was caught off guard, and that although she knew she was helping her boyfriend come in and rob some folks who was just there to party, she did not expect that people were gonna die as a result of it.
In all, 5 men were shot, 4 by ricocheting bullets, 1 fatally. And Keeson Evans was executed.
It's a complete miracle that anybody walked out of there. The fact that you had someone who was firing off an AK-47 is amazing that anybody left that room.
Angel and the other girls, both in shock, flee the scene. On their way back to Orlando, Angel comes clean with her fellow dancers and admits to helping set up the robbery.
One of the girls says, "You're stupid. Why did you ever endanger our lives like this? You could have been killed. We could have been killed. Why would you do something like that?"
Angel says something like, "This is how Dante and I make money now."
Here is Angel involved in a situation where people were hurt and killed, and she's bragging about it to all of them. And this speaks to me of a process of dissociation.
After the girls make it back to Orlando, Angel and Dante reconnect.
She saw up close and personal what Dante was capable of doing. She was definitely afraid.
I think she realized what she stood to lose. 2 days later, one of the dancers provided the law enforcement officers with a break in the case.
And in the aftermath of their robbery gone wrong, Angel Glenn and Dante Hall are forced to choose between love or self-preservation. And later in Hershey, Pennsylvania, Carolyn King finds her soulmate in a soulless ex-con.
She's getting a high, she's getting excitement, she's getting a thrill. And so sometimes people keep seeking that pleasure, so they engage in the crime over and over again.
What began as a raucous house party in Eustis, Florida, turned into a bloodbath after a robbery gone wrong, orchestrated by stripper Angel Glenn and her boyfriend, Dante Hall. Having made off with less than $1,500 in cash and some watches, gold chains, and rings, a disgruntled Dante orders Angel to pawn the jewelry.
Dante has an outstanding warrant for murder. And so if he were to pawn something in his name, that's something that might turn up in a system that shows that he is, one, local, and two, that he's been involved in a serious robbery where people died.
Angel does what she's told, sacrificing her anonymity and risking her freedom to please the love of her life.
It is a pretty stupid thing to do for Angel to put her name on a pawn slip for goods that are tied to a homicide.
It's quite clear from a psychological point of view that Angel just stopped thinking. She was just invested in this relationship with Dante, and she just was not looking at what her actions were and what the consequences were going to be.
But it's not the jewelry that implicates the couple. It's one of the other dancers who comes forward 3 nights after the robbery.
Danielle, one of the dancers, hears that 2 people died in the robbery, and she goes to the police to say that Angel and her boyfriend Dante were involved in the robbery where the 2 people died.
This was our first break in this case. Up until then, this was truly a whodunit.
2 days later, police track Angel down and bring her in for questioning. Dante is nowhere to be found.
I don't feel like talking right now.
The interrogation went on for several hours, and her demeanor was defiant and deceptive throughout.
Angel lied multiple times to the law enforcement officers, saying that she didn't have any information, and then once she said that she did have some information, she kept saying that Dante wasn't involved.
Angel lied to protect Dante several times during the investigation. Eventually, she went on to say that she lied only to protect her family, but it appears she lied in reality only to get more of Dante's love and to prove to him that she was worthy of all of his affection and love.
Angel quickly changes her mind upon learning she could face the death penalty.
Where y'all want me?
In Florida, even though she didn't squeeze the trigger, didn't want anybody to be shot, she was instrumental in the robbery during which somebody got shot. And as a result, she is legally responsible for the homicides.
With the possibility of lethal injection or a life sentence in front of her, Angel Glenn strikes a deal. She confesses to setting up the robbery and gives police the name of the motel where Dante is currently hiding out.
Her mother influenced her to cooperate because her mom could talk to her about the possibility of never being able to see her son on the outside again, and that she would never get to raise him. And I'm sure that the maternal instinct at some point had an impact on her decision to cooperate.
Dante and his twin are arrested without incident. Angel is released on bond, with one of the conditions being that she not have any contact with Dante, who sits in jail awaiting trial. But Angel still loves him too much to stay away.
Dante received a number of letters from her, including photos, and one of them, she's got her ankle monitor on at the time. So we know that the picture was taken while she was out on bond.
Angel wanted to have her cake and eat it too. On the one hand, she still wanted to be part of Dante's life, even though she was told not to be in contact with him. But on the other hand, she also wanted her freedom, which is something that she had.
For violating the terms of her release, Angel is thrown back in jail, where she remains for several months until the Hall brothers go on trial.
There was no further communication of any sort between them.
Thanks to Angel's testimony, Dante and Dante Hall are found guilty on 2 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder, armed robbery, and conspiracy. Dante is sentenced to death and is currently on death row. Dante gets life without parole. It's now Angel Glenn's turn to face the music. She's sentenced to 10 years for conspiracy to commit murder.
She did express that she was sorry for what happened. I think she was in love with the idea of being in love, and Dante embodied power for her, and she was attracted to the power.
Looking at Angel Glenn in her situation, is she a threat to society? Probably not by herself. But however, watch out, because if she gets with someone who is dangerous, then that can have some really bad consequences.
When I first met Angel, she was a wannabe thug girlfriend. And soon that facade of the hard street girl fell away because that really wasn't her lifestyle. The real Angel is actually a pretty nice person.
Angel Glenn's desire for adventure in her life drove her to commit senseless acts in the name of love. A fate destined to be shared by Hershey, Pennsylvania transplant Carolyn King, who falls for a man she's willing to do anything to hold on to. Raised by her grandparents in Virginia, Carolyn King's early years aren't the most ideal.
She grew up in a family that they didn't have the most money. There were some issues of sexual abuse, even I think some drug abuse involved.
Looking to correct a void in her life, Carolyn gets married at 20 and has 2 children. But after 6 years of marriage, she feels like her best years are falling behind her. At 26, Carolyn walks out on her family and hits the road in search of something new.
Having kids isn't something that you can undo. She must have felt trapped. Something must have been really wrong in that marriage or with Carolyn herself.
What we call it in the field is structural dislocation. When either by force or by choice, they have attachment to their family, but it's not a true attachment, and they just up and leave and abandon them. And this is what we see with Carolyn.
But with limited means and no reliable transportation, Carolyn doesn't get very far, only making it to Hershey, Pennsylvania, some 200 miles away.
And she got a job working in a plant that broke down bulk candy into smaller packaging for retail purposes.
She didn't have family there. She didn't have friends there. She really had no contacts or connection.
The only thing Carolyn has is a job so routine, it leaves the restless 26-year-old wanting more. A desire shared by 20-year-old Brad Martin, a recent hire at the factory who helps take some of the edge off.
Brad was a handsome young man. You know, he was tall, very young, good-looking guy.
Still relatively new to the job herself, Carolyn forges an instant bond with Brad, who also happens to be serving time at the Lebanon County Prison just up the road.
Brad had been in and out of the county prison for a variety of drug charges, a burglary charge, and violated the terms of that probation and was reincarcerated for that.
He was serving a sentence of 6 to 23 months.
He was granted work release privileges that allowed him to go out and work for an 8-hour day and then return to the prison for overnight.
Though only on the job a few weeks, Brad has already made a new friend in Carolyn.
They started to develop a relationship. More than just a working relationship, they developed a romantic relationship.
She really liked him, and it didn't matter that he was on work release.
Carolyn thinks bad boy Bradley is just the ticket out of her humdrum life, and she's about to show just how far she's willing to go to keep this young man around.
They were willing to sacrifice any and everything, including someone else's life.
Carolyn was in love with Bradley. She was under the influence of Bradley Martin.
In Hershey, Pennsylvania, 26-year-old Carolyn King falls head over heels for 20-year-old convict Brad Martin.
Carolyn was a good-looking African-American woman. Brad was a handsome young man. So of course there's those sexual urges.
But with their encounters limited to the workplace, tensions between them are about to reach a breaking point. So Brad puts in a request at the prison for a 4-hour furlough. Based on his good behavior, his request is granted.
Carolyn met Brad at the prison and they went over to a motel that was fairly close.
The encounter is unlike anything either has experienced before.
We need to do this more often.
And it leaves Carolyn wanting more.
The intimacy that Carolyn and Brad had must have been so intense that they immediately formed this bond and needed one another, became dependent on one another. There was just absolutely no way that they were going to give up this relationship.
But there's only one way Carolyn and Brad can be together.
At the motel, they decided that Brad was not going to return to prison.
Carolyn has found what she was looking for, a new man. And she's determined not to let him go.
I can only speculate that it was Carolyn's ideal that he not return.
We don't have money, where are we gonna go?
Brad had a relatively short period of time to go till the completion of his probation violation and his release.
Carolyn and Brad want a fresh start, and to do that, they need money. Brad knows an easy mark, who they should be able to charm into helping them. 74-year-old retired florist, Guy Goodman, who lives in Palmyra, just one town over.
Guy was involved in the prison outreach through his church. That's how he got to meet Brad, and he was really just trying to help him.
Hey, Guy, it's Brad.
Brad tells Guy he's on a furlough and wants to see him. He takes the bait and invites Brad over.
Guy had written several letters to Brad and had gone to visit him at the county prison on a couple of occasions, trying to get Brad back on a correct path.
Carolyn and Brad hitch a ride to Guy's home, just a few miles from the motel.
I believe they shared some coffee. But somewhere during that meeting, the conversation changed from, how are you doing, to, I need money, I need you to help me.
I need some money.
Guy tried to reason with him, tried to get him to go back to the prison.
But by now, Brad has already missed his scheduled return time, making him a fugitive. He and Carolyn know they have to get out of Pennsylvania.
Brad kept asking for money to get out of town. Guy kept insisting that he should return to the prison and get his life straightened out.
And Bradley became angry and picked up a vase and hit him with it.
Guy Goodman is struck over the head with the vase, which knocks him to the floor, opens a pretty large gash and wound in the back of his head.
They took a telephone cord, wrapped it around his neck, tied it to his hands, and then also to his feet.
At the same time, they took a sheet of plastic and wrapped him in the sheet of plastic, then took a bedspread and wrapped that around him, and then a terry cloth robe that was wrapped around the exterior of all of that.
The brutality perpetrated against Guy by these two individuals, in many ways, was a representation as to what they felt was an obstacle that had been put in their way by society, by their past, and they would do anything at this point to keep moving on together in the future, even if it meant eliminating Guy brutally.
Leaving Guy Goodman to suffocate, Carolyn and Brad hunt around the house to get what they came for.
While he was dying, Carolyn and Brad pretty much ransacked the house.
They found his credit card, grabbed some checks out of his checkbook, found his car keys, and left.
In less than an hour, Carolyn and Brad have left Guy for dead, stolen his money and his car, and are on the run. With no destination in mind other than the need to get out of Pennsylvania, they head west.
They took his car and started driving, using his credit card, using his checkbook along the way.
They were shopping sprees, buying purses, cosmetics, just town after town after town.
Even though they're on the run, their desire for one another can't be denied.
They also spent money on women's undergarments. They would just go to stores and buy all of this stuff.
Brad's involved with this slightly older woman, Carolyn, and she has her feminine ways and feminine wiles. And so she knows by buying all this sexy lingerie, this is a way that she could represent herself to the utmost.
10 days later, Guy's body is found by a concerned neighbor, and police are called. Already on the lookout for escaped prisoner Brad Martin, it doesn't take long for detectives to put two and two together.
Guy had sent letters, and he also did a couple of visits to Brad while he was incarcerated.
We went back to the county, looked and learned that there was written correspondence as well as visits between Guy and Bradley Martin, which gave us a pretty good lead that it was Bradley Martin who may have done this.
Now with Hershey police hot on their heels, the fugitives must stay one step ahead of authorities, and there's no end to the violence they will perpetrate.
They shot her, left her naked, alone, hoping that the coyotes and other animals would dispose of the body.
What Carolyn did for Brad can never be undone.
Love-struck murderers Carolyn King and Bradley Martin are on the lam after killing 74-year-old florist Guy Goodman in Palmyra, Pennsylvania. Still riding on Guy's dime, Carolyn and Brad make it to North Dakota when they decide to head south to Mexico.
It's not a short drive from North Dakota, and this was funded from Guy's credit cards.
But they don't get far, thanks to a vigilant motel clerk in Bismarck, North Dakota, suspicious of the couple who claimed to have no photo ID.
They attempted to check into a motel, and a clerk there had questioned the authenticity of and validity of their utilizing the card and pushed a code into the system which stopped its usage.
The couple then tries to use one of Guy Goodman's checks, only to find out his accounts have been closed. With rapidly diminishing funds, the two are pushed to the point of desperation.
They needed money, they needed it bad, and they weren't afraid to do whatever they had to.
Having killed Guy Goodman, Carolyn and Brad know they have nothing to lose when they spot 59-year-old vacationer Donna Martz.
Donna lived in Devil's Lake, which was a couple of hours away from Bismarck, so she was traveling alone. She was well-dressed. She looked well-to-do.
They saw Donna Martz as another source to finance their escape. They followed her down the hallway.
As Donna arrived at her door and put the key in to unlock it, they came up behind her.
Don't move.
Carolyn pulls a knife on Donna and tells her to do what they say and nobody will get hurt.
Donna Martz had a car, plus she probably also had a fresh supply of money, credit cards, checks, maybe even cash.
They wanted to get to where they wanted to get, start a new life, and live happily ever after. And Donald just happened to be that one person there at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Carolyn and Brad force the petrified Donna into the trunk and take off south toward Mexico, one step closer to their dream of a life together. Over the next 5 days, Carolyn and Brad go on another spending spree, courtesy of Donna Martz. She's still in the trunk, surviving on what little food and water they give her.
They simply kept her alive, bound in the car, so that they could continue to use the resources of her credit cards and her cash.
They forced her to give them her PIN number. They went to the ATM, used her PIN to withdraw cash.
But after days in the trunk, a desperate Donna reaches her breaking point.
So she starts to make noise. And if you're in a parking lot at a mall or any type of store, that should get the attention of somebody. Unfortunately, it just got the attention of Brad and Carolyn.
A furious Carolyn gets behind the wheel and drives out to the middle of nowhere.
Carolyn and Bradley, who had kept Donna alive so they could use her funds, now reach a tipping point with her. She's acting out in the trunk, trying to draw attention to her plight, and she could possibly get them caught. And so at this point, they become enraged with her.
They pull her out of the trunk, they stab her, they make her strip naked.
And Donna's nightmare doesn't end there.
Only people without a conscience can take the life of a person so callously and leave them for the vermin to dispose of their transgressions.
Carolyn King and her boyfriend Bradley Martin take their multi-state crime spree to a whole new level in North Dakota when their hostage Donna Martz tries to get away.
They were very angry, and they sped away from the parking lot with Donna still in the trunk of the car and traveled down the interstate highway, got off, got Donna Martz out of the car, and had her stripped naked.
As Carolyn watches, Brad rapes Donna.
Carolyn, by allowing him to be able to do something so heinous to this woman, in many ways, Carolyn was raping this woman too.
They were able to purchase a gun while they were on the road.
They then placed the gun at her head. They then shot her, left her naked, alone, hoping that the coyotes and other animals would dispose of the body. And they proceeded on their way.
After killing Donna, they get back in her car, heading south to Mexico. Meanwhile, law enforcement across the country is teaming up to catch them.
Donna was reported missing when she didn't arrive home when she was supposed to. So naturally, her family, they became concerned.
Carolyn and Brad don't know it, but by the time they reach Nevada, the FBI agents working the Guy Goodman case have tracked them to the Bismarck Hotel in North Dakota, where Donna disappeared. And with the help of local law enforcement, they connect the dots between the two cases.
You had the local police departments from Pennsylvania collaborating with local police departments in Bismarck, collaborating with the FBI and federal agencies, all on a manhunt to track down Brad and Carolyn. And most of that was because they still figured, hey, if we track them down, there's a chance that Donna may be alive.
The task force calls every police department from the Canadian border to the Mexican border, with orders to find Donna's car. Their canvassing pays off only a few days later, once the couple reaches California.
Outside of San Diego, a California highway patrolman spotted their car.
As he got closer, the car began to speed up.
A desperate Carolyn knows if she and Brad are caught, they can kiss any dream of a life together goodbye.
Carolyn was driving the car, weaving in and out of traffic, going through stop signs and stoplights.
The chase comes to a violent end when Carolyn speeds through an intersection and is T-boned by another car. Carolyn and Brad survive the collision unharmed and are taken into custody. That afternoon, Brad gives up the location of Donna Martz's body, and 2 days later, her remains are found. Under hours of questioning, their stories don't match up.
Brad basically admitted that, yes, he was involved. He and Carolyn had committed these acts together.
But the hot seat doesn't intimidate Carolyn, who claims she was there in the name of love.
Carolyn's focus seemed to have been that she was an unwitting non-participant just along for the ride, and that this was all Bradley Martin who did all of these acts, and that She was just an innocent babe.
Carolyn's apparent narcissism is fed in so many different ways. She leaves her children, she gets involved in these horrific crimes, but then at the end, just to trump all of this, she turns on Brad, the guy that she was controlling and supposedly had this intense relationship with.
Carolyn and Brad are extradited to Pennsylvania for the murder of Guy Goodman. In jail awaiting her court date, Carolyn King gets some unexpected news.
It was discovered that Carolyn was pregnant.
9 months later, Carolyn gives birth in custody to Brad's son. It's the first and last time she will ever see him. Tried separately for the murder of Guy Goodman, Carolyn and Brad are found guilty, and both are sentenced to death. The pair pleads guilty and receives life in prison for the murder of Donna Martz.
The right thing was the implementation of the death sentence. The families of Guy Goodman and Donna Martz now at least have a final chapter.
Post-conviction, the one-time lovers display noticeably different behavior.
When Bradley Martin was sentenced, there was indications that he did feel remorse for what had happened.
Carolyn expressed no remorse about any of the activities. Her focus seemed to have been that she was an unwitting non-participant.
She walked out of her marriage, she walked away from her kids, looking for adventure in her life, and boy, did she find it.
Many people might think that there was a drastic change from working an honest job to going on a killing spree, that people don't operate in a vacuum. This woman was a ticking time bomb, indicative of someone who was mentally unstable for quite some time, and we saw the consequences of that.
The bond between family can often seem unbreakable.
They shared a home together. They actually took care of each other.
He proposed, they had children.
She devoted herself to him.
But what if that devotion comes at an unspeakable cost?
Secrets have a way of eating at you on the inside.
He said, let's do this. Let's show him what we're made of.
She's in a space where, do I support him?
When your man's rage spirals out of control, will you spiral down with him?
When you put all that pressure together, it's hard to resist that.
She did what she thought was necessary.
It was one of the ugliest crimes we've ever seen.
The devil was in him to kill and destroy.
She went head on, and she went all in.
August 19th, 2003. It's a sweltering summer day in DeKalb County, Georgia.
So DeKalb County is East Atlanta, a suburban area turned urban.
A lot of really small communities, highly residential.
There's a range of situations. You have wealthy and well-to-do politicians, the history of Black excellence, all the way down to crime, extreme poverty, and people who are really desperate to live day to day.
That afternoon, 52-year-old Dwayne Cowan is making his own desperate visit to the DeKalb County Police Station.
He's looking for his son, Kareem. He hadn't been to school and he hadn't been to work, so it kind of raised some alarms.
His son is 20 years old, and he hadn't heard from his son in a couple of days. He's not replying to text messages, he's not replying to phone calls, and he's not at home. That's not like him, to be completely out of touch.
When we think about young Black men in particular, there's so many things that they are faced with. So the first thing as parents is thought about, were they involved in a situation that they couldn't get out of? Are they in jail? Are they hurt?
In the pit of his stomach, he's feeling that something is off.
As a 20-year-old college student, Kareem Cowan was wise beyond his years.
Kareem was a pretty stand-up guy. You know, people looked up to him, people sought him for advice.
Kareem was a respectable young man. Our daughter had a crush on him. Him and our sons, they was best of friends.
He was well-spoken, and, you know, his mama was a professor at one of the colleges, and his daddy was an entrepreneur.
Kareem was an avid learner. He was involved with 2 different colleges. He even worked for some of the local universities.
In addition to Kareem's passion for academics, he was also dedicated to his faith.
He was honoring his family's tradition of practicing Islam.
In that particular faith, it requires a lot of discipline, but he was also very much integrating principles like integrity, honesty, truth. You know, these are all things that comes with studying the Quran and the Muslim faith, and Kareem was right there in it.
I think at that age, trying to figure out where you are spiritually is tough because you're moving from your parents telling you what spirituality means to you figuring out what spirituality is. And you don't just figure it out in a year, you figure it out over a lifetime. So he was clearly at the beginning of that journey.
But would Kareem ever complete his journey to enlightenment? As his worried father speaks with police, they're beginning to fear the worst.
He was not the type of young man to just up and disappear.
Unfortunately, though, there's not much police can do at this time.
Kareem is an adult, so a lot of times when our adult children are missing, they're not necessarily missing, they're just living their life.
Police submitted the missing persons report. Other than that, for the family, it was just a waiting game.
Kareem's family decides to conduct their own search for the missing 20-year-old.
Kareem's family, they were driving around looking for him. They knocked on doors. They did everything that they could do to find out what happened to him.
We found out that Kareem, he was missing. His brother and his dad was looking for him and came to our house, asked me, have we seen Kareem? And I said, no. And he asked my boys, Frederick and Howard, have you seen Kareem, you know? I said, no, man, nobody's seen him.
The next day, a grisly discovery turns the case on its head.
So this was around 4 p.m. on August 20th, over 48 hours since Kareem's family had last heard from him.
A neighbor to that neighborhood around Columbia Elementary School was just simply walking his dog, and he smelled something really bad. His dog was barking, and he really didn't know what to do.
The dog is going crazy, and he goes and he investigates really where the smell is coming from.
The smell leads him into a wooded area behind the school.
When he went into that wooded area, he was horrified by what he saw.
He saw a body lying there.
Shocked and horrified, the man dials 911. DeKalb County Police are on the scene within minutes.
The body was identified as a Black male in his late teens or early 20s. He was naked, but he had like a sheet partially covering him. There were no clothes, no items, nothing else around him.
They immediately noticed how bad he was beaten. They noticed a bruise across his chest. He had a swollen eye, a broken nose, contusions on his head, his face. He also had burn marks to his groin area.
This is one of the ugliest crimes we've ever seen.
Whoever did this to him wanted him to suffer.
Upon further inspection of the area, it's clear whoever committed this crime didn't commit it here.
There was no blood anywhere around the scene. The only thing that was there was the body. And so they kind of draw the conclusion that the beating, the suffering, the torturing happened elsewhere, and this person was dropped off here.
After pulling up the database of recent missing persons, it doesn't take long for homicide detectives to identify the victim as 20-year-old Kareem Cowan.
They found that this report was placed by Dwayne Cowan, Kareem's father, and that the body matched the description that Dwayne gave.
However, countless questions still remain.
Kareem's community loved him. He wasn't ever believed to be in anything nefarious. The question was, why would someone commit such a heinous act?
Who would do something like this? You know, why such brutality? You know, it was so inhumane.
Police have to wonder, are they looking at multiple killers in this case?
Just the sheer amount of bruises and wounds alone showed that there may have been more than one person involved in his murder.
As night falls on DeKalb County, police begin scouring the area for any trace of the person or persons responsible.
The death is definitely a ripple effect. It definitely did not just affect Kareem and his family. It affected the entire community.
It hurt me. I can imagine how his mom and dad felt, his whole entire family, because I wouldn't want that to happen to one of our kids or nobody else's kids in our neighborhood.
That evening doesn't produce any solid leads, but the next morning, detectives receive their first break in the case.
So, a tip comes in.
The streets begin talking.
Kareem was having beef with someone, and that man's name was Desmond Carr.
On August 21st, 2003, DeKalb County Police are investigating the brutal murder of Kareem Cowan.
Kareem was a 20-year-old college student focused on his faith journey.
You can see his desire for knowledge and his desire to keep growing as an individual, not just in education, but his religious beliefs.
Kareem's body was found bruised and beaten.
This was somebody that was tortured severely.
The forensics of the situation paint a really grim picture. And one of the most horrific things about it is that he was found behind a school. Thank God a child didn't find the body.
Investigators are determined to find out who committed this unthinkable crime and why. They release their findings to the local news media to see if anyone will come forward with information. And it quickly pays off.
There was a tip to the investigating police officers about who may have been involved in Kareem's death.
Kareem was having beef with someone, and that man's name was Desmond Carr.
Desmond lived in the exact same neighborhood as Kareem and his family.
The tipster explains that Kareem and Desmond were fighting over another neighborhood girl, Kareem's girlfriend, Whitney Reed.
Desmond was very interested in having a sexual relationship with Kareem's girlfriend and didn't mind if Kareem and his girlfriend kept their romantic relationship as long as he was able to get what he wanted. But Kareem was not in agreement with that.
Desmond started to kind of figure out what he can do to get back at Kareem because of his refusal to allow Whitney to hang around him. He comes up with this idea that, oh, you know what, I can steal this car.
A week before Kareem's murder, Desmond carried out his plan.
Kareem had a Ford, and Desmond Carr had actually stolen Kareem's vehicle out of his driveway. Apparently, Desmond had a universal key for Ford cars.
Their daddy worked at Ford, and he had master keys that he had when he was working with Ford, moved the Ford cars in the assembly lines.
Desmond drove it into Columbia Elementary's parking lot.
It's the same location where Kareem's body was later found.
He took it over to the same school area, broke out a window, damaged a couple of tires, and left it there.
When detectives check their database, the tipster's story checks out.
They went ahead and looked in their database to see if there were any missing car reports, and there actually was. Kareem had reported his vehicle stolen.
The vehicle was eventually retrieved and no charges were ever filed.
But had Desmond's beef with Kareem escalated to murder?
When you do something as egregious as just steal someone's car, bust the windows out and put it in a parking lot, that is to say that there's something fueling this relationship between the two.
Detectives track down Desmond Carr and bring him into the station for questioning.
When Desmond is asked about stealing Kareem's cars, the first time he says no.
But when faced with the tipster's account, Desmond caves.
So after hearing that information, he went ahead and confessed. If you're lying about this, what else could you be lying about, right?
Desmond admitted that he was the one that stole Kareem's car.
Desmond insists it was all in good fun.
He said that he only stole the car to mess with Kareem.
He was just playing a joke on him.
He said that Kareem knew that it was him, he told him where the car was, and that it was nothing to be really serious about.
Kareem did call the police, which is on record. The police came out, and he decided not to press charges because he had his car, and he just didn't want the drama.
Desmond admits that there had been some friction between him and Kareem over Kareem's girlfriend, Whitney, but downplays it as no big deal.
He was trying to see Whitney, and Kareem didn't like it.
Desmond pretty much lays it out that she wants to hang around him, and he perceived that Kareem was denying her for that or getting in the way of that.
He was, as they refer to as, crabbing the hoe, which means that he wasn't willing to share Whitney with Desmond.
He felt like Kareem was wrong for trying to control her.
But Desmond insists he would never harm his friend.
He definitely made sure that they knew that he had nothing to do with the murder.
Desmond says that the night that Kareem went missing, he was at home with his family.
Desmond says his sister, LaShondra, and her fiance, Joseph, can confirm his whereabouts.
He lived with them and their 2 children. When police contacted the couple, they confirmed what Desmond had claimed.
He had an alibi, so having nothing else, the police had to let him go.
But soon, detectives will learn that LaShondra Carr and Joseph Rayford can't be trusted, and that there is much more to this twisted story than they ever could have imagined.
Small things escalated into serious things very quickly.
That was a family that was acting like the mob.
For Kareem to be a practicing Muslim, waking up at 5 in the morning to pray and getting out of class to do his prayer in the middle of the day, all of these things that he has to put into his college schedule on top of playing sports and having friends. I think that it was super admirable for Kareem to be even exploring this as a college student because we're young, we want to go party, we want to hang out with peers, and none of our peers are considering spiritual enlightenment.
In August of 2003, DeKalb County investigators have found themselves back at square one in their investigation of 20-year-old Kareem Cowan's murder.
The initial suspect, Desmond Carr, seemed to have an alibi for the night of the murder.
Desmond's sister, LaShondra Carr, and her fiancé, Joseph Rayford, confirm Desmond was home with them that night. But the next morning, a young woman comes forward that will challenge the Carr family's account.
Her name is Zuri Wilson, and she's a neighbor of Kareem's.
Zuri says the night of August 17th, there was a group of individuals at Kareem's house.
She says that everyone was arguing against Kareem and upset with him. It was alarming, and it definitely disturbed her.
Investigators asked if she can identify anybody that was in that group.
Zuri says she recognized LaShondra Carr and her 2 brothers, Desmond and Henri, along with LaShondra's fiancé, Joseph Rayford.
This was late at night, around midnight. Kareem's parents were fast asleep.
Zuri tells detectives she didn't stick around to see what happened. But after hearing about Kareem's murder, she couldn't help but wonder if the cars had something to do with it.
After thinking about it, Zuri wondered if this particular argument had something to do with Kareem's death.
With Zuri's statement in tow, detectives want to speak with Desmond Carr again, as soon as possible, along with the other members of the Carr family.
They pay a visit to the Carr home, which is just down the street from Kareem's place.
Joe Rayford answers the door, and he lets the detectives know that only he and his fiancée are there, with their 2 kids.
Seconds later, LaShundra Carr appears.
Detectives are surprised to see that LaShundra is pregnant.
She certainly doesn't come off as the type of person that would be involved in a brutal homicide.
Detectives inform the couple that they would like for them to come back to the station to answer some questions regarding Kareem Cowan's murder.
Joseph said that Kareem was a friend of the family.
Joseph even goes as far as to say is that they were really good friends and had been for a while, and they were really saddened by Kareem's death.
The couple were confused about why police wanted to speak to them again about this.
Regardless, Joseph and LaShundra agreed to cooperate.
They arrange some childcare for their children, and they come to the station for more questioning.
Investigators sit down with Joseph first, and right away he doubles down on the story he was spinning at the house.
Joseph is projecting remorse about what has happened to Kareem, that he'd heard about it on the news, and, that it was really unfortunate, but he doesn't know anything about what took place.
That's when detectives reveal the information they've learned from Zuri Wilson.
The detectives let him know, we have an eyewitness account that said that we saw you arguing with Kareem on the night of the murder.
He goes quiet. He freezes up.
Joseph still swears he's innocent, but admits he hadn't told detectives everything he knew about that night.
He admits that they had gotten into an argument with Kareem that night, and it had to do with the beef between him and Desmond, but says they eventually parted ways.
Joseph says that later that night, he and LaShundra heard a commotion down the street.
Joseph stated that they got up and decided to go outside to see what the commotion was about, and he observed some of the guys in the neighborhood was actually hitting Kareem.
He named 2 people, Ponyboy and Jeter, as the individuals who were arguing with Kareem. Before he went back inside, he saw the guys throw Kareem on the back of a truck.
Joseph says he and LaShundra didn't want to get involved.
Joseph said that he just went back inside, closed the door. He and LaShundra watched TV.
It seems to me that this is a community where people don't intercede. The attitude is that I'm not going to get involved because getting involved doesn't benefit me in any way and it could end up harming me. I'm going to just back off and let people handle their own business.
But if Ponyboy and Jeter are behind Kareem Cowan's murder, detectives need to find out who they really are.
Unfortunately, Joseph doesn't know their names or even where they live.
Hitting a dead end with Joseph, detectives decide to turn to LaShundra Carr. Will she back up her man's account of that night?
Secrets have a way of eating at you on the inside. And no matter how much you try to hide that or hold that secret, it's gonna come out.
August 2003, DeKalb County, Georgia. Detectives investigating the ruthless murder of 20-year-old Kareem Cowan have 2 suspects in custody. 23-year-old Joseph Rayford and his pregnant fiancée, 22-year-old LaShundra Carr.
A witness saw the couple arguing with Kareem on the night of the murder. But Joseph claimed that after that, Kareem got into another altercation with 2 men from the neighborhood.
Joseph tells police that Ponyboy and Jeter are the ones they should be looking for.
But will LaShondra confirm her man's account?
When detectives first met LaShondra, they didn't get the feeling that she was a criminal type. She was a mother, she was pregnant at this point, and she was very kind of mild-mannered, soft-spoken, meek.
To LaShondra Shanae Carr, family was everything.
She had 2 younger brothers, Desmond and Henri, who she was very close to.
The 3 of them shared a home together. They actually took care of each other.
And it was through her brothers that LaShondra met the man who would change her life forever, Joseph Rayford.
When LaShondra meets Joseph Rayford, she was smitten. She was very impressed with how handsome he was and just overtaken by his charm. And it was a huge plus that he got along with her 2 brothers.
They had so many things in common, and after that, it wasn't long until they were a couple.
Eventually, Joseph Rayford moved into the house with LaShondra and her brothers, which is a huge step. I mean, because now he enters into, a very sacred space for LaShondra, and he's now become a part of her family.
She felt safe with him. She could trust him. And she wanted him to trust her the same way. And so she devoted herself to him.
He proposed, they had children, and they were really trying to build a family together.
And their family was about to get even bigger.
She got surprised with some very exciting news. Her and Joseph were pregnant with twins.
I imagine that for her, she's having this fairy tale life. I now have my family. She has the man that she loves, and for her, it's a dream come true.
But now, the young mother is at risk of losing everything.
She's a suspect in a murder case. Detectives have eyewitness testimony of her arguing with the victim on the night he was killed.
Detectives tell her what the eyewitness told them.
Secrets have a way of eating at you on the inside. And no matter how much you try to hide that, hold that secret, it's gonna come out.
I think at that point she probably felt very threatened and she was worried about, maybe I could go to jail for this.
She knew she had to come clean, and she agreed to tell them everything.
LaShondra explains that on the night of the 17th, she and her fiancé Joseph were at their house watching TV.
She said she put the babies to bed, the brothers were hanging out, and everything was fine.
But around 11:30 p.m., Desmond and Henri burst into the living room.
Desmond said the word on the street was that Kareem was talking smack about his family.
He claimed he heard this from Kareem's girlfriend, Whitney.
According to Desmond, he was going crazy. He was saying all kinds of things. He threatened to kill Desmond for stealing his car.
But that's not all.
Desmond had actually heard that Kareem allegedly had planned to kill their whole family, including Joseph and LaShondra's 2 children.
Now, this kind of threw detectives for a loop because this does not at all reflect the character of the man that they had been investigating.
It doesn't match what they know about Kareem. It doesn't match his personality.
LaShondra says her fiancé Joseph was livid.
Joe let LaShondra know that he would not let Kareem get away with threatening his family.
He wanted Kareem to pay for that, and Joseph expected LaShondra to be all in for whatever went down.
Joseph had a reputation in the community. He was the guy that you did not press his buttons. You did not want to mess with him.
Joseph, he was supposed to be this bad guy, doing things, having his word, pushing it. So Shanae, she listened a lot to Joe, but Joe was the one that, let's take it to the next level. Let's do this. Let's show him what we're made of.
Joe told LaShondra that they were going to go to Kareem's house and handle it right now.
LaShondra is in a difficult situation. She obviously is a mother, and she understands that, what has been said towards her family is wrong. And so she's in a space where, do I support him?
When you put all that emotion together, you put all of that pressure together, and then you have this authority figure saying, you better back me up. It's hard to imagine that someone would be able to resist that.
Joe opened the door and said, "Let's go," and LaShondra followed.
But LaShondra says she never could have imagined the horror that would later ensue.
She never expected for things to get so out of hand.
What they did to this man, no one deserves.
In August of 2003, DeKalb County detectives are interrogating 22-year-old pregnant mother LaShondra Carr about her involvement in the heinous murder of 20-year-old Kareem Cowan.
LaShondra admits that after hearing the allegations of threats Kareem had made to her family, her fiancé Joseph wanted to punish Kareem.
Joseph then says, "We're going right now." And so he opens the door, he tells LaShondra, "Let's go." She told detectives that she felt like she had no choice but to go with him.
Once Joseph decided that that was the plan, she followed suit along with Desmond and Unri, her brothers, and they all went over.
When they got down to Kareem's house, they found him outside smoking a cigarette.
He seemed surprised to see them pull up. And Joe confronts him about all of these things that he allegedly said about threatening his family.
So Joe starts going off, and Kareem is pretty confused about whatever Joe is talking about.
Kareem seemed shocked, and he tried to tell Joseph that he hadn't said those things, but by that time, it was falling on deaf ears.
Kareem denied any knowledge of the threats, but the argument still increased and it still got heated.
LaShondra says Joseph and her brothers grabbed Kareem and dragged him over to a vacant lot where they'd have more privacy.
The situation escalates, and Joseph and his brothers begin beating on Kareem.
According to LaShondra, she tries to get Joseph to stop. She yells, but there's no way she can stop him. And so she's just witnessing what's happening, the beating.
They stripped him naked. They beat him uncontrollably. They even urinated on him and burned his genitals with a lighter.
They kicked him in his head several times. They stumped him, kicked him in his chest. They beat him with a branch that was about 3 feet long, 1.25 inches thick.
Kareem was begging for help. He was asking for mercy. He was trying to tell them that they had it all wrong. He just wanted the suffering to stop.
He's pleading for his life.
The devil was in them to kill and destroy. They didn't care.
Eventually, Kareem stopped moving.
So after the beating, the brothers and Joe knew that they needed to put the body somewhere else.
Joseph instructed Unri to go get his truck and for LaShondra to follow behind them in her car.
He wanted LaShondra to be the lookout on their way to dump the body.
LaShondra admits that once again, she did as she was told. She felt like she had to trust her man in that moment.
They threw him in the back of the truck like it was a piece of meat.
They proceed to drive to Columbia Elementary School, where they dump his body into the wooded area.
But before they leave, to their surprise, Kareem starts to move.
He was still alive. He was moaning, he was crying out. He was very much alive when they dumped him and abandoned him.
So I think the most heart-wrenching part of the story is that Kareem wasn't dead yet. The coroner said that they believe that had Kareem gotten help from the hospital or any medical help, that he would have survived.
They could have dropped him off in the hospital or had somebody else or, put him in a place where someone could see him to help him. But instead, they left him in the woods where nobody would know that he was there, and they let him die.
To investigators, LaShondra, Joseph, Desmond and Henri are equally culpable in this horrendous crime.
They all took part in what happened to Kareem. It was truly unfathomable what they did to Kareem Cowan.
They were each indicted for malice murder, which is intentionally causing the death of another with malice aforethought, planning to kill. Malice murder is the highest form of murder in Georgia.
When police apprehend Desmond and Henri Carr, they give a similar account as their sister.
Essentially, they admit to their involvement. They tell police that the plan was to rough Kareem up a bit, to intimidate him, but it was never to kill him.
No one ever admitted that they themselves meant to kill him. Every one of them said that the beatdown grew on itself.
Like LaShondra and Joseph, Desmond and Henri were also charged with malice murder for their part in the crime.
Attorneys for all four defendants encourage them to plead guilty and avoid a lengthy trial.
Considering the brutality of this homicide and the mountain of evidence, if they go to trial, they'd almost certainly risk receiving a harsh sentence.
Those lawyers knew, and I knew, that if any of these guys went to trial, they were going to get consecutive life sentences.
If they plead guilty, they'll be sentenced to life in prison, but could be eligible for parole after 14 years.
Joseph, Desmond, and Henri follow the advice of their attorneys and plead guilty. But LaShondra throws her attorneys for a loop.
She decides that she's not going to plead guilty and that she's going to fight this. LaShondra decides to go to trial.
It seems like from the descriptions that people were offering that were involved in the incident, that the intent was not at first to kill him, but rather to humiliate him. But, one of the things that you see is that, there is a kind of a groupthink kind of process that takes place. People get involved in something, they lose sense of their own individuality. And when you lose sense of your individuality and start following along with what the rest of the group is doing, you also lose your sense of morality.
In August of 2003, DeKalb County investigators have charged Joseph Rayford, his fiancée LaShondra Carr, and LaShondra's two brothers, Desmond and Henri, with malice murder.
The group beat and tortured their neighbor, 20-year-old Kareem Cowan, to death.
I'd prosecuted cases for 25 years. I'd never seen anything that brutally inflicted on one person that suffered for that period of time.
Joseph, Desmond, and Henri have all pled guilty, but prosecutors are shocked when LaShondra decides to take her chances at trial.
Stakes are really high for LaShondra right now. She has small children. She's pregnant with twins, and now she's facing murder charges. She went head on, and she went all in.
She wanted a trial, and we were going to give her one.
As prosecutors prepare for trial, LaShondra gives birth.
Since LaShondra was in jail awaiting trial and Joseph was already in prison, LaShondra's mother took custody of the newborn twins.
And when LaShondra's trial begins on July 12, 2004, prosecutors don't go easy on the young mother.
We proceeded under a party to a crime theory. So if you don't directly commit the crime, but if you help in any way, then any role you play in helping during the crime, you're a party to it, and you're as guilty of the crime as any of the other active participants.
But when it's her turn to take the stand, LaShondra stands by her claim that she was only a bystander to the atrocities of the night.
Her defense team says that because she did not lay a hand on Kareem, it was her fiancé Joseph and her two brothers who committed the crime, then she should not be held responsible.
She maintains that she did not want this to happen, that she was only there, as a witness.
But despite LaShondra's assertions, the gruesome details of this case aren't lost on the jury.
The jurors were aghast at the facts. There was jurors, you could just see the reaction on their faces when they were hearing the details of Kareem's body being found, that he laid there in the tree line for several days, and who knows how long he suffered.
There were plenty of opportunities for LaShondra to stop the torture, stop the beating. She could have dialed 911. She could have run for help. But instead, she chose to do absolutely nothing.
After the jury retires to deliberate, they quickly return with their verdict.
The jurors didn't take very long, a few hours.
They came back with a guilty verdict, and LaShondra was sentenced to life in prison plus 10 years.
That wasn't as severe as I frankly expected, but I think it's because several of the witnesses and in her own statement that she had never touched the body, she had never participated in the beating itself. I think the judge felt that was fair.
The judge tells LaShondra that she played a part in one of the most reprehensible, brutal, and disgusting crimes that he had seen in his 16 years of being a judge.
I don't think she cried or anything. I don't think she had no remorse whatsoever. That's the feeling that I got from her, you know. And I don't even think she told the family she was sorry.
Kareem's death has left a void in his community that can never be filled.
Kareem was right at the beginning of his adulthood, and he was already moving on a trajectory to be someone great. We'll never get to see who that is or experience who that is, and his family won't either. And that is so unfortunate.
The Cowans, they was distraught from what happened to their child. It was heartbreaking, and we just wanted to be there for them. We wanted to support them, and we gave them our word we would be there with them from the beginning to the end. And that's what we did.
Ironically, LaShondra Carr's efforts to preserve her relationship with her man and the family they'd built together has ended up separating them forever.
She did what she thought was necessary to protect her fiancé and her nuclear family. It just didn't work out for her.
It was a turning point for her to have met Joseph and to gotten a relationship with him. It was a turning point for her to decide to have children with him. You know, there are all these little decisions that at the moment you don't think of as setting the course for the rest of your life. But when you accumulate them over time and then you look at the event happening, it feels like it was almost inevitable.
Joe, he was just a young thug waiting to go to prison. That's all I see him as.
That type of blind trust really comes from a naive place of being in love. One thing led to another, and before she knew it, her life was changed forever.
Much like love, when rage spirals out of control, a person might actually become blinded by it. And when you combine the power and passion of love with rage, some people are capable of unspeakable violence. We've all dreamed about it. A romantic road trip, your lover behind the wheel, nothing but sunshine and blue skies in front of you. But what if, somewhere along the way, you take a wrong turn? Your relationship veers wildly off course, and it turns out your final destination isn't happily ever after. It's deception, heartbreak, and some hard time behind bars. It's Labor Day weekend in El Monte, California. As locals and vacationers alike enjoy the weather, Deputy Sheriff John Marquez is finishing his usual patrol. He comes across a car in a shopping center parking lot that seems out of place.
He decides to pull into the parking lot and run the plate. Is registered to a car that is listed as wanted and armed and dangerous.
The vehicle appears empty. But as Deputy Marquez approaches it, all hell breaks loose.
A man pops up, notices the deputy, and starts firing shots.
He fires at the officer, hitting him in the face, chest, and arm. The officer returning fire at the same time.
Deputy Marquez eventually takes cover behind the door of his squad car. The shooter flees his vehicle and makes his way behind a nearby building, accompanied by a young woman.
They were both running. They are able to get out of his eye shot, and the deputy at that point has been calling in backup.
When you make a call like that, officer shot, everyone stops in law enforcement.
Dozens of officers are now on the hunt for the shooter and his female companion. But who are they? And why shoot the officer? As detectives dig deeper, they'll find themselves on a wild ride that spans the California coast and uncovers just how far one woman was willing to go for love. Born and raised in California, Tania Washington was a beautiful model on the rise.
Modeling was like her love. Tania's been doing photo shoots since I can remember. She had like little odd-end jobs, but her main thing was becoming a model.
She wanted to be a model, and she was well on her way.
Tania's physical beauty was matched by her generous, kind-hearted spirit.
Tania is a loving person. She would give you the shirt off her back.
She had a lot of friends. She had a lot of people who liked to be around her. She was always the one that everybody expected nothing but the best.
In between modeling gigs, Tania also studied film and photography in community college.
She wanted to get into filming. Anything that had to do with production, she was into.
At home, Tania was a total daddy's girl.
She loved her father. He couldn't really do too much wrong.
They talked about everything. They were very close.
But when Tania was just 22, tragedy struck.
She was like, Auntie, I can't reach my dad. I keep calling him. He's never not answered me.
Tania's worst fear was realized when she found her father dead in his study.
He did have lupus. It was one of those bad situations.
He died suddenly, and unfortunately, she was the one that found him. That's traumatizing.
It was horrible. It was more so like someone shut her light off, and it put her in a dark place.
She was lost and empty. It was a sadness, a cloud over her.
To escape her grief, Tania threw herself into her modeling career and her schoolwork. And as fate would have it, one spring day in 2010, she met 21-year-old Darnell Washington while on campus.
Darnell is young, he's tall, he's handsome.
She's in the throes of grieving the one secure base in her life, and then suddenly Darnell comes along and is very understanding. He's a great listener, he's very supportive.
Darnell was kind of the male in her life that replaced her father. I was happy that something was positive after what just happened.
Tania felt Darnell was heaven sent. When she was with him, all the pain and heartbreak just seemed to fade away. Over the next few months, Tania moved on from the nightmare of her father's death to what seemed like a dream with Darnell.
Took her on picnics, did things that made her feel good. He just struck her as this really sensitive, caring person, and that's exactly what she needed at that particular point in her life.
I never seen her just really, really into somebody, and she really liked him.
She was drawn in by his charm, his good looks.
He swept her off her feet. She was experiencing something that she never had before.
Their relationship was rock solid and moving fast, speeding right down the aisle into wedded bliss.
They got married in a matter of months.
The wedding was nice in the chapel in Beverly Hills.
After tying the knot, Tania and Darnell moved in together, and everything seemed perfect.
She loved him. She wanted the passion and the excitement. She was so into this guy.
She seemed really happy. They had a loving relationship.
She thinks of him as a sensitive, capable, caring human being.
Tania's unwavering love for Darnell enabled her to look past some of his flaws, including his troubled past.
Darnell was abandoned by his mom and dad at an early age. He ended up doing time in a juvenile facility, and the day he turned 18 was transferred to a state prison.
She knew that he had been in jail. She was probably giving him a chance. Everybody has a past.
Friends and family worried that Darnell's criminal record could cause trouble for Tania, but she was all in, for better or worse.
You feel like you're in love and you lost your father, and then something else comes that makes you feel happy. You feel like you don't want nobody to take that from you.
Family had some misgivings about him, trying to say, you sure this is the right guy? People sort of quickly got the message that she was going to do what she was going to do.
But just what was Tania willing to do for her man? And just how dangerous was her husband? The answer to those questions would come 2 years later in El Monte, California, when detectives arrive on the scene of a shootout involving one of their own. Deputy John Marquez has been ambushed by a young man in a parked car and shot 3 times.
Witnesses say that they saw a black male shoot at the deputy, and after he finished shooting the deputy, he grabbed a black female and fled the scene with her.
Deputy Marquez is rushed to the hospital, barely clinging to life. While Marquez is en route, investigators with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department get to work.
The police ran the plates and discovered that the vehicle had been used in an escape, and the suspects were tagged as armed and dangerous.
Police know they need to locate the 2 suspects as soon as possible, before someone else gets hurt.
Chase was on for the perpetrators. The entire force is out looking for him now.
And they had no idea how dangerous the people were.
Los Angeles County detectives are investigating the shooting of Deputy John Marquez, who is currently in a fight for his life at a local hospital.
The shooter fled the scene, but he left behind his car. And when they investigated the car, they found that the car was connected to a recent jailbreak in Southern California.
The escapee is none other than Darnell Washington. He broke out of the Glen Helen Rehabilitation Detention Center in San Bernardino County just 5 days before the shooting.
Washington was convicted of an armed robbery of a jewelry store. He made off with over $400,000 worth of jewelry, and he was awaiting sentencing.
He decided that he didn't want to face the music and started plotting an escape.
He had his mind made up, not do the time for the crime. He was getting out to do whatever else he wanted to do.
Investigators learned that on August 28th, 5 days before the shooting in El Monte, Darnell made a call from a phone in the jailhouse yard. Moments later, he dropped the receiver, made a run for it, and scaled a 14-foot barrier. The deputy's shooting was the first sign of Darnell since his escape. Detectives look over the incident report in order to better understand how Darnell was able to get away scot-free.
Every inmate is assigned a PIN number so they can make their phone calls, and all of those phone calls are recorded and often monitored.
Darnell is able to convince another inmate to let him use his phone code. The jail authorities don't realize that it's Darnell that's making these phone calls. They assume it's under this other inmate.
Every one of Darnell's phone calls were made to one person and one person alone, his 25-year-old wife, Tania.
She would always be stressful after the call. Her attitude changed.
I don't know exactly what he was asking her to do, but I knew what good. Because she started being really, really secretive when I would ask her.
Based on the recent events, it appears Darnell and Tania had been hatching a plan to break Darnell out of jail.
Tania is not a criminal. She is completely out of her depth with this, so Darnell guides her through the entire process.
Whether it was through manipulation or something else, he definitely had her in his pocket.
Darnell was able to convince Tania to buy a good car and to wait for him outside of the county jail. Tania learned when the guards changed shifts to help prepare to get him out of there.
He convinced her to help him by saying, you know, if you really love me, you're going to do this for the relationship.
Detectives believe that once Darnell was on the other side of the fence, he made a beeline to Tania's car, climbed in, and the couple sped off.
The way Darnell escaped out of the county jail was extremely rare. Broad daylight, jumping over barbed wire fences, pretty daring and shocking that he was able to actually get away.
For the next 5 days, Darnell and Tania were free together, on the open road.
Breaking your husband out of jail has that romantic feel to it. Daring, fun, exciting, and scary at the same time.
Somewhere along the way, the young lovers acquired a shotgun.
The kind of rational things that we usually use to keep us on the straight and narrow absolutely don't exist for them at that moment.
Although multiple law enforcement agencies had been on the hunt for Darnell, he and Tania were able to avoid the authorities. That is until the shootout with Deputy Marquez.
I was really kind of impressed that they eluded law enforcement as long as they did, because that was a brazen breakout.
Detectives know Darnell Washington is armed and willing to risk it all to avoid capture. But the million-dollar question is, will Tania Washington be willing to do the same?
They were all about each other's worlds, you know, especially Tania. I think she was just all cut up in Darnell's image and who he was and just intoxicated.
Authorities in Southern California are on the hunt for escaped felon Darnell Washington and his accomplice wife, Tania.
He robbed the jewelry store, and then she helped him escape from jail.
At this point, everybody's looking for Tania and Darnell.
The couple is also wanted in connection to the shooting of Deputy John Marquez, who remains hospitalized in critical condition.
They have no idea where they are, so investigators start questioning her friends and her family. They want to get some information about her marriage with Darnell.
And they said we have reasons to believe that she helped him escape from jail. It's like a part of me died.
Once they collect themselves, Tania's family explains they've had misgivings about Darnell from the moment he and Tania started seeing each other.
She would have never did anything like this. She's fabulous until she met him. That's when it changed. The dark cloud came over her and everything changed. Something about him didn't sit right with me. Boy, it's crazy. Literally, something is wrong with him.
He just broke her down, made her a weak person, something that she never was.
Tania's family tells detectives that just a month into their marriage, Darnell became overly possessive.
It got to the point where she couldn't make certain decisions without talking to him.
She used to be a very sociable person, and suddenly she was unavailable.
She started to be a little distant. You hardly ever saw her. She wouldn't visit as much. I would ask her, "Are you okay?" And she'd say, "Yes, Auntie, I'm fine." I'm like, "But you don't look okay. You don't seem okay."
It was all about making him happy so he wouldn't get upset.
In truth, Darnell was using more than just emotional manipulation to get Tania to do his bidding.
It was physically abusive and psychologically abusive.
He was controlling. He knew that she was very vulnerable, and he knew how to manipulate her because he knew that she was missing something in her life.
She had so much going for herself. I felt like he manipulated her and pressured her to do what she did.
Tania's family says that the more Darnell mistreated Tania, the more devoted she became.
She had that mind frame where she wanted to do to make him happy because he made her feel like that was her responsibility.
Tania's family states that once Darnell was thrown in jail for the jewelry heist, her loyalty to him went into overdrive.
It's hard to tell if she really thought he was guilty, but she wanted to stand by his side. She loved him to pieces.
Darnell would say, I'm in here because I'm trying to give you this life and make you happy. So she started feeling like it was her fault that he was in there, and she had to make something right. She couldn't lose the only other man that she believed loved her.
Less than 24 hours after the shooting, investigators received some good news. Deputy Marquez's condition has stabilized, and doctors expect he will make a full recovery. But there's little time to celebrate. In the hours since the shooting, reports of attempted carjackings across Los Angeles County have skyrocketed.
People got guns pointed at them and either gave up their car and they drove it like a block or refused to give it up, and the perpetrators just ran away.
Witnesses say that there was a black male with a black female accomplice who was attempting to carjack cars with a shotgun. And those descriptions both matched Tania and Darnell.
The next morning, detectives arrive at the home of Amaya Connor, one of the victims of the armed carjackings. Amaya quickly confirms what investigators already suspect, that the people who attacked her were Darnell and Tania Washington.
Now, I guarantee you they probably thought, we gotta get another car. At this stage, he's a big-time accomplice.
But what will be this ride-or-die couple's next move? And will there be more bloodshed before they're brought to justice?
Tania was described by people as being bright, as being ambitious. She had a variety of jobs that she did reasonably well at. She had no criminal record. It clearly, to me, seemed to be a case of good girl meets a bad boy, and the situation goes south big time and in a hurry.
California detectives are on the hunt for Tania Washington and her escaped convict husband, Darnell. The couple is suspected in the shooting of Officer John Marquez, who will miraculously survive his injuries. Tania's friends and family have long had their misgivings about Darnell, but they're shocked to learn of the lengths she went to in order to help him break out of jail.
Tania never been influenced by any man, never been swayed to do anything that she did not want to do. That's not Tania. Tania never did nothing that was criminal. But I know how she felt about him.
Detectives now believe the Washingtons are also to blame for a slew of armed carjackings in the area. A suspicion that's confirmed by one of their victims, Amaya Connor, who offers up a harrowing account of what happened.
They approached her with a shotgun, and they wanted to get her keys.
He goes up and tells her to give him the keys to the car. The woman realizes that her brother and sister are in the house, doesn't want them to get hurt.
She panicked because he had a gun and she knew that he was going to be serious about using it. The couple took her keys, sped off in her car.
After speaking with Amaya Connor, detectives put out a bolo for her stolen vehicle.
So after the carjacking and the officer shooting, law enforcement create a be on the lookout, saying the person is known to be armed and dangerous.
But despite detectives' best efforts, the trail grows cold.
They somehow get away from this huge police detail, and then they just disappear.
The entire Southern California area, is on the lookout for these two individuals.
I just could not sleep, wondering where she was. Is she okay? I can't get to her. I can't talk to her. Just cry and just pray that she doesn't end up dead. I just wanted her home. I just wanted her to be safe.
I was scared if she would have answered the phone. I would just try to plead with her, trying to figure out what she's getting herself into and the consequences.
Weeks pass with no sign of Tania and Darnell. Finally, on October 5th, more than a month after the shooting of Deputy Marquez, surveillance video at a hardware store in Pinole, a town some 400 miles from El Monte, suggests the Washingtons have finally resurfaced.
They're acting suspicious, both looking around a lot. Kind of indicators that, these people are looking to steal.
They're in the aisle, and he's trying to cover her while she tries to steal a hacksaw, and she slips it in her bag. But then they get confronted by the store security. They managed to break free from the scuffle, and they escaped in a silver car.
The video surveillance, along with the eyewitness account, confirms it. The Washingtons have made their way to Northern California.
Police have no idea why a couple would go to this much trouble to steal a $5 hacksaw, and they decide to put out a be on the lookout for that vehicle.
But before the bolo can generate any new leads, the case takes a dark and sinister turn. Later that night, less than 10 miles away in the neighboring city of Hercules, detectives are responding to a 911 call at the home of Kelvin and Susie Coe. 55-year-old Susie has been found on the floor of her home, stabbed and beaten to death in what appears to be an armed robbery.
There's no way you can ready yourself for something like that.
Susie's injuries are horrific.
She was beat with the butt of that shotgun. And some of those stab wounds, it was like they hit the clavicle bone and moved her to a softer part of her body so he could make sure that she was going to be killed.
She was stabbed 21 times. The aftermath was one of the most devastating crime scenes that I've ever seen.
Could Tania and Darnell be responsible for this heinous attack? Given the proximity to the hardware store and the fact that Susie Coe appeared to have been beaten with the butt of a shotgun, the connection seems probable. Detectives speak to Susie's heartbroken husband, Kelvin, about the moments leading up to the crime.
Mr. Cole was at an airport waiting for Susie to pick him up. And when she didn't, he got really concerned.
We called and asked his neighbor to go check on his wife. His neighbor ended up going over to the home and looked through a window, and she saw Mrs. Coe laying on the ground, not moving, with blood around her.
Kelvin can't imagine why anyone would want to harm his wife.
Susie Coe, she's a retired teacher. She's a mother of 4, grandkids. She's beloved in the community.
The last time that Miss Coe was seen alive was around 7:30 p.m. that night. She had walked next door to a neighbor's house and dropped off some roses.
That's just the kind of heart that she had. She was just a quiet, well-mannered older lady, one of the darlings of the neighborhood.
The suspects ended up killing Miss Coe and then taking her purse, some small items around the house, and the keys to the car.
If you just take a step back, you can really see the layers of how unnecessary this was. They didn't need to assault her to get her car. Definitely didn't need to kill her to get her car.
They immediately put out a bolo on the vehicle. The license plates are registered as a vehicle that's been involved in a murder.
Now, the race is on to capture Tania and Darnell before they kill again.
From a manhunt to murder, These people are damn near America's Most Wanted at this point.
Residents in Northern California's Contra Costa County are reeling from the brutal murder of 55-year-old Susie Coe.
Anytime you have someone that's well established in the community and they're murdered in such a violent way, creates shockwaves through the community.
For this neighborhood, it was one of the most devastating things that have occurred. This just doesn't happen. And not to Mrs. Coe, not for a lady who was just kind to everyone.
There's nothing that Susie could have done differently that day to avoid what happened to her. I think that's the thing that's disturbing and scary. This could have happened to anybody.
Detectives believe the killers are married couple Darnell and Tania Washington.
They got into the shootout with that deputy, committed carjackings, armed robberies, and then stabbed a completely innocent woman.
They were now being called the 2012 Bonnie and Clyde.
Detectives put out a bolo for Susie's car. They need to find the Washingtons before they harm someone else. 5 days later, on October 10th, investigators catch a break, but not in California.
800 miles north, Seattle, Tacoma area, this officer happens to see a car.
It's parked in an empty lot and matches the description of Susie Coe's vehicle.
The stakes have totally gone up, and the officers know that this is the key piece of evidence that they've been looking for.
The officer approaches the vehicle with caution. He sees a couple inside, clearly in the throes of passion.
They were having sex in the backseat of the car.
It's unbelievable that they were discovered in the stolen vehicle, having sex, just for all the world to see. They freak out, and they scramble to put themselves together.
Recognizing the Washingtons from the nationwide bolo that went out a few days earlier, the officer keeps his service weapon trained on the two lovers.
They're not going to go down without a fight. So Tania jumps in the front seat and starts to try and drive away.
Luckily, the Washingtons don't get far.
Officers managed to stop the car about a half-mile away using a pit maneuver where one car pulls in front of the suspect's vehicle and another car pulls up along the side of it.
A second cop car pulls up, and then a third cop car, and they basically corral him in.
Even though he and Tania are surrounded on all sides, Darnell refuses to come quietly.
Darnell is fighting. They had to tase him to calm him down and to apprehend him.
As for Tania, she seems overwhelmed with emotion.
She was distraught, totally discombobulated. I mean, this was her worst nightmare.
Darnell and Tania Washington are placed in police custody and transported to the King County Jail.
Both had warrants out for their arrest from the escape and the carjackings, the attempted murder of the police officer, the murder of Miss Coe.
Word of the arrests travels swiftly back to Tania's family in Los Angeles.
I just cannot wrap my head around it.
I was just kind of speechless. Couldn't comprehend it with my best friend.
All these things transpire because that one fateful decision to drive up there and let this fool hop over the gate and get in the car with you.
What's surprising to me is just how long that they were able to elude capture and the lengths that they were willing to go in order to get away.
It was anything to survive. Whatever they needed at that time, they made sure they got it.
The couple is transported back to Northern California, where detectives attempt to elicit confessions from them. First up is Darnell. But just minutes into the interview, It's clear he has no intention of playing ball.
This meant life in prison, no matter what he did. He had committed a murder. He knew that this was his death sentence.
With Darnell refusing to cooperate, investigators turned to Tania.
She had no criminal record. There's a chance that she would talk.
But like her husband, Tania remains tight-lipped.
She loved him, and she wanted to be the one to stick by him, do thick and thin.
There's just a whole storm of things that are occurring with her. They probably just came to a head, and she decided at that moment to make that choice to stick with him.
Investigators have no choice but to charge Tania and Darnell with murder, robbery, carjacking, and burglary. It will now be up to a judge and jury to determine their fate. And when push comes to shove, will the couple stick together, or will one of them finally turn on the other?
Sometime when you unleash a monster, you can't put it back in the cage. They're already loose.
I wanted to ask her, what happened? What the hell were you thinking? You threw your life away for a nothing-ass person. That's what's so sad. That's the heartbreaking part. You meet this one idiot, and it just disrupts your whole world. Just turn your whole life around. Nobody's worth that. And to come this far for somebody, I just cannot wrap my head around it.
Darnell and Tania Washington have been charged with a murderous crime spree that kept the entire state of California on pins and needles for nearly 6 weeks. But before their trials get underway, Tania's defense team pleads with the judge in a preliminary hearing. They claim that their client is a victim herself.
Tania's defense team argued that she had been abused by Darnell and that she was an unwilling participant in these crimes.
She was manipulated by him. She tried to run, and he threatened her a few times to kill her.
She's been in an abusive relationship, and that means that there's a really powerful bond that forms there.
The judge, however, rules that Tania must face her crimes in a trial like her husband, which forces Tania to make a life or death choice.
Before Darnell went to trial in 2016, Tania took a plea deal for 23 years in state prison.
Tania pleads no contest to manslaughter, carjacking, second-degree robbery, and residential robbery. And in return, she doesn't have to testify against her husband, Darnell.
On July 22, 2016, the trial for Darnell Washington begins. Prosecutors lay out their case. They take jurors on a wild ride, beginning with Darnell's daring escape from a Southern California detention center.
It took some planning, and it was quite brazen, but his mindset was to escape.
And Tania was there waiting for him.
He said, I'm coming out one way or the other, but I want you to be there with a car and help me get away.
After 5 days on the run, the couple then got into a shooting altercation with Deputy John Marquez in El Monte.
So they pull up to a shopping center. Tania got out, and Darnell's lying down in the back seat with a shotgun. This deputy starts running the plate number on their car, and Darnell jumps up and starts firing shots.
This guy was willing to shoot his way out of the situation, and Marquez was lucky to survive.
Prosecutors allege that once the Washingtons fled the scene, they went on an armed carjacking spree up the coast, which included the assault on Amaya Connor.
She's terrified that Darnell has a gun. She gave him her keys, and he got in the car and sped away.
In regards to Tania, this is her ride or die, and she chose to stick with him.
The Washingtons then burglarized the store in Pinole.
Darnell and Tania had stolen a hacksaw and fled in the silver car. They knew they had been seen on camera, so they ditched the car.
They manipulated the barrel, then they sawed the wooden handle off. He wanted to conceal the gun.
Prosecutors theorized that the couple then found Susie Coe's home and slipped inside. Tania positioned herself as the lookout, while Darnell demanded Susie hand over her car keys.
He asked her for the keys to her car in the same manner that he's done to numerous people at this point, armed with a gun.
When Susie won't give up her keys, Darnell stabs her 21 times.
Darnell had fired a shotgun round. Neighbors would have heard. So, stabbing and a beating, while maybe loud within the home, isn't going to be heard outside the walls of that home.
Darnell and Tania then slipped away under the cover of darkness in Susie Coe's car.
They end up heading north up into the state of Washington.
After laying out the timeline of Tania and Darnell's crime spree, prosecutors present a laundry list of incriminating evidence seized from the couple at the time of their arrest.
When police capture Darnell and Tania in Seattle, they are in Susie's car. And inside the car, not only do they have some of Susie's belongings, but they also find a knife and Darnell's sawed-off shotgun. Forensics later found that there was DNA matching Susie.
When it's the defense's turn, they don't deny their client's guilt on many of the charges. But in a surprising turn of events, Darnell flips the script on Tania.
His defense was that Tania did it, saying that throughout this whole crime spree, Darnell was cool, calm, and calculating, but Tania was freaked out and panicked. Just attacked Susie against his wishes, and that she was the lone killer and he had nothing to do with it.
Darnell's defense is a complete shock to everyone familiar with the case, especially Tania and her loved ones.
It's not her personality. That's not in her spirit. She would never stab somebody. She would never kill anybody. No, she wouldn't.
Darnell's claims are stunning, but the jury isn't buying them. On September 28, 2016, the jury finds Darnell Washington guilty.
Darnell was convicted of the first-degree murder and then given the death penalty.
He's sitting on death row right now and plotting his next escape, I'm sure.
The verdict and sentencing brings some closure to the families of Darnell and Tania's victims. However, the pain will last a lifetime.
Justice was served, but justice can only go so far. The Coe family and everybody who loves Susie Coe is always going to have a hole in their heart.
They've lost a dear loved one and they'll never be able to see her again. It's heartbreaking.
Really a needless and senseless crime. There was no reason to murder her.
For Tania, she has 23 years behind bars to think about what she did and why.
The tragedy for Tania in this is she's going to spend the prime of her life in prison.
While she's in custody, maybe she will realize that the price that she was willing to pay to be on this crime spree with Darnell, it just wasn't worth it.
She's never gonna experience being a mother. All these years she's wasted in jail.
She was just willing to trust him, to trust that he had their best interests in mind. So she deferred to him and let him lead, and she followed.
I just feel like he took her life. She had so much going for herself. I just feel like she's been robbed. She's not an evil person. She did this for her man because she loved him. I know that for sure.
Traveling love's unpredictable path requires a true partnership, a driver and a navigator. When one partner becomes reckless behind the wheel, a single wrong turn can send you down a dead-end path where you end up separated forever. They say home is where the heart is. With the right person, you don't need four walls to feel at home.
They absconded kind of like, gypsies would do.
He made her feel comforted and protected.
But what if there is something dark hiding inside the walls of the heart?
They were all evil and ugly.
It was so heinous. It was so horrific. The parties involved in this case went to great lengths to torture this young man.
The caller says that his body was fed to pigs.
If you're trapped in the darkness, your only hope for escape is to set a fire.
She wanted to, hang on to somebody who she thought loved her.
And let it burn.
These two were truly sick and twisted.
November 17th, 2016. It's a breezy autumn day in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Tulsa, Oklahoma is the second largest city in the state of Oklahoma. It has a population of a little over 1 million people. It's a great place to live.
One of the things that I'm proud of about Tulsa is we have Black Wall Street here. Because of the attention that Black Wall Street has gotten in the past few years, we have a lot of traffic coming through Tulsa. And because it is such a growing city, the crime kind of grows with it.
The growing crime rate keeps the Tulsa Police Department busy.
Police were working on a case where a man named Carl Duke Harris had been shot in a gang-related incident.
We were investigating the shooting, and the victim at that time was not expected to live. Had multiple gunshot wounds.
What police don't know is that they are about to get a phone call that will take this case in an even darker direction.
So the Tulsa Police Department receives a tip through Crime Stoppers that there was a possible murder that had occurred that the police department was unaware of.
The caller tells police that 23-year-old Courtney Palmer had been beaten to death in an apartment.
The name is familiar to police.
We have an active case going with Courtney Palmer.
Courtney was a witness to the shooting of Carl Harris. Police had been trying to contact him for a few days to give a statement.
Courtney Palmer had been involved in other crimes, but he was not known to be a violent criminal.
The caller tells police that not only was Courtney brutally beaten to death, it gets worse.
The caller says that Courtney's body was fed to pigs.
We've had at least one more victim that has allegedly been fed to the hogs in Muskogee, and that person has never been found. So that Crime Stoppers tips definitely has some legs to it. We've taken it seriously at that point.
Despite Courtney being a criminal and having a long rap sheet, most of the officers were fond of Courtney.
Courtney is kind of a mainstay. Even though he's 23 years old, I knew him when he was 8 or 9. He ran the streets and I was working patrol.
Unfortunately, when Courtney was a teenager, he kind of got involved with that street life.
Courtney got roped into the wrong crowd and made friends with members of the infamous Crips gang.
Despite his criminal involvement, Courtney was well-loved. He was known as a jokester. He was known for his smile, that he can light up any room that he walked in. He can lift anybody's mood if they were feeling down.
He was gang-related, but it was obvious to us that Courtney cared about his family. His family cared about Courtney.
Courtney was a father to 3 children. They were the #1 priority in his life.
Courtney was a family guy. He had 2 daughters and a son. He stayed actively involved in his children's lives. The children were by 2 different women. Even though the relationships didn't last, he still stayed engaged with his children.
Courtney had a big heart. He would do anything for anybody. Just a very generous person was the impression I got about Courtney.
Everybody kind of knew Courtney Palmer. Courtney has some issues, but he was always respectful.
So who would want to kill this young father, and why? Police asked the tipster for more details.
So the anonymous tipster alerts police that Courtney was killed because there were rumors on the street that he was involved in setting up Carl Duke Harris, who was shot.
Police knew Courtney was a witness to this shooting, but this was the first time they heard he may have actually been involved.
The tipster claims a woman named Charlitha Mack lured Courtney to her house 2 days after Duke Harris's shooting. This isn't the first time police have heard the name Charlitha Mack.
Allegedly, Courtney Palmer was at Charlitha Mack's house up north. We know that house. There's other killers that have been in and around that house. So when that name comes up, it leads credence to the Crime Stoppers tip. It just starts steamrolling that. All indications is that Courtney is going to be dead.
Tulsa police officers know they need to speak with 39-year-old Charlitha Mack as soon as possible. They obtain a search warrant and rush to Charlitha's home, hoping the tipster was wrong.
We go up and knock and announce at the door. I was the supervisor on that warrant, so I was outside the front door.
The door slowly opens, and Charlitha Mack appears.
Charlitha's demeanor at the time of the search warrant was initially defiant, that could not believe we were there. So what? Was what I remember her telling me. So what?
Charlitha claims she had no idea what happened to Courtney. She hasn't seen him in days.
Police execute the search warrant, looking for any signs of foul play.
The house is not in disarray to the point where you would expect if a murder had occurred, a beating like we heard. We don't find Courtney, we don't find evidence that Courtney has been killed.
But Sergeant Walker and his team don't give up that easily.
We had included our crime scene folks coming with us as part of the service of the search warrant. That doesn't always happen, but we knew we were going to need their expertise in luminoling.
With the help of the luminol, crime scene investigators are able to uncover evidence in the bathroom that was invisible to detectives' eyes.
The luminol that was in the bathroom reacted in several places. The bathtub, the bathroom sink. So that lets us know that it's not just somebody that nicked their finger and they bled a little bit and they wiped it up. It kind of is reminiscent to a beating, and that's a key part into our investigation.
There's evidence that something extremely violent happened in that room.
This has started us to believe that we've got a murder and we've got people hiding it, so it's just going to be a matter of time.
November 17th, 2016. While investigating the shooting of Carl Duke Harris, police in Tulsa, Oklahoma, have received a tip that Duke's friend, 23-year-old Courtney Palmer, has been beaten to death and fed to pigs.
Many people believed that Courtney had been involved in setting up Duke when he got shot, but police did not believe that that occurred.
The tip has led them to the home of Charlitha Mack, where the tipster claims Courtney was killed. Though Charlitha contends she has no idea what happened to Courtney or where he is.
Her demeanor was one that we would expect of somebody that's been talked to by law enforcement before, used to getting her way.
However, there are clear signs of a violent altercation in Charlitha's bathroom.
This was not a lot of blood, but it was a significant amount to know that what our investigation was leading us to is true. Somebody got beaten in the bathtub, on the tile, and at the bathroom sink.
As CSI documents the findings, Charlitha Mack is taken back to the police station for an interview.
Charlitha, once she was in the interview room, finally decided that the truth was about the only thing that she could keep straight. Her lies were just not going to hold up. That's usually the case. So when she started telling us what happened, it fit absolutely with the investigation.
Police ask Charlitha about her relation to Courtney Palmer.
Charlitha tells police that Courtney often hung out at her house. He had a baby with her niece, and she considered him like a nephew.
Charlitha says on the night in question that there were two other people staying at her house, 39-year-old Gerald Lowe and his girlfriend.
Mack, when we interviewed her, only knew Gerald Lowe. She knew Gerald Lode's girlfriend, but did not know her identity. And of course, when she lies about one thing, we're gonna call a liar on that one too, but she was stuck with the not knowing.
Charlitha explains that Gerald, like many others in their circle, was angry about the shooting of their mutual friend, Carl Duke Harris.
Gerald believed the rumors that Courtney had something to do with Duke getting shot.
Charlitha says she doesn't think Courtney was involved, but Gerald was adamant that he was to blame.
Around 3 a.m., Courtney showed up to Charlitha's house.
She explains that Courtney just pops in, and that's totally understandable for Courtney's behavior. Courtney would show up when Courtney showed up, and he's obviously feeling a little bit triggered by the shooting of Duke, and he's talking to Mac about all that.
Charlitha tells police she had no idea the horrors that Gerald and his girlfriend had planned.
Gerald quickly got violent with Courtney. He was slapping him around, kind of pushing him around, trying to get some understanding of what happened in his involvement with Duke.
As Gerald was assaulting Courtney, he encouraged his girlfriend to get involved. Once she got involved, she took things to a whole new level.
The woman sat on Courtney's lap, straddles him, and takes out a pocket knife and slashes him on the cheek.
Charlitha says the couple used the knife to force Courtney into the bathroom, where things got even worse. Charlitha says Courtney was telling them he had nothing to do with the shooting, but they wouldn't relent. She says she was in a state of shock, too terrified of Gerald and his girlfriend to intervene.
She could hear them beating him for several hours.
She gave gruesome details as what was going on, and she allowed that to happen. I mean, it is her house. At any point, she could have called 911. It's hard to feel sorry for Mac at that point.
She confirms that Gerald's girlfriend left the residence at one point, went to the convenience store down the road to get bags of ice. When the girlfriend arrived back at the residence, Gerald forced Courtney into the bathtub where it was filled with cold water and ice, and Courtney was forced to remain in the bathtub.
They then poured boiling hot water on Courtney as well.
Finally, with a rush of adrenaline, Courtney leaps out of the bathtub and tries to fight for his life. The tussle progresses into the hallway.
When Courtney started fighting back, Gerald grabbed him and began strangling him, at which time the girlfriend began to kick Courtney in the face and chest.
So at some point, Courtney stopped moving, he stopped breathing, and it was at that point Courtney was dead.
Charlitha says that she was petrified. She watched as Gerald and his girlfriend grabbed blankets to wrap Courtney's body and loaded it into a plastic tub.
They took it out to Gerald's white pickup truck.
Gerald and his girlfriend then drive away.
Police asked Charlitha where the couple went. Was Courtney actually fed to pigs, like the Crime Stoppers tipster reported?
As for what happened with the body after that, Charlitha said Gerald told her that he got rid of the body in a rural area outside the city.
With only one name to go on for now, detectives put out an APB for their new prime suspect, Gerald Lowe, and his white pickup truck.
Gerald had a long rap sheet, which included multiple drug charges, as well as multiple offenses of assault and battery.
But who is his girlfriend and alleged co-conspirator? Detectives are about to get one step closer to finding that out.
She's walking through the store like she doesn't have a care in the world.
There's no doubt this is their girl.
Of course, all murders are tragic, but boy, the way it happened, who it happened to, it's kind of tragic. Courtney Palmer is one that sticks out. You just have to say that name and we know what you're talking about. A lot of us knew Courtney Palmer from when he was a little child. Courtney was respectful to law enforcement. I mean, he was doing illegal things, but he wasn't doing them to us. So that hurts us just a little bit.
In November of 2016, detectives investigating Courtney Palmer's disappearance and possible murder have just gotten a lead on two suspects: 39-year-old Gerald Lowe and his unidentified girlfriend.
Gerald has a long history with the law, but law enforcement are still trying to figure out who his girlfriend is and where they are now.
A witness to the crime, Charletha Mack, has told police the gruesome details that she claims led to Courtney's demise. But one detail in particular piques detectives' interest.
During Mac's interview, when she finally decided to tell us what happened inside the house, she said at some point, the girlfriend went to the Quick Trip to get some ice. And that really is a key piece because at the Quick Trip, they're going to have a video surveillance.
Detectives let Charletha go, for now, and retrieve the convenience store surveillance footage from the night of November 16th.
As they're viewing the footage from the surveillance, they see a white pickup truck pull into the lot in front of the convenience store, the same vehicle that Gerald has been known to drive.
The suspect is wearing a distinctive hooded sweatshirt with Cal written on it. You know, and we're in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Not that Cal is unusual, but it's not prevalent in a Big 12 state, you know, so we're not going to see a Pac-10 state come in.
The surveillance video shows the woman casually walking through the store, purchasing snacks along with 4 bags of ice. She makes the purchase and then leaves the store.
Detectives conclude this must be Gerald's mystery girlfriend, but they still don't know her name.
Once we get Lowe identified from the interviews and the information and all the surveillance video that we're gathering from the Quick Trip, everybody gets sent this information with those pictures on it. So maybe somebody knows that and will eventually call us and give us some information.
Not long after releasing the still photographs to the media, police get a tip. But it's not on the girlfriend. It's about Gerald.
The tipster says he has seen Gerald Lowe at Monica Scott's apartment. Monica just happens to be Courtney Palmer's ex-girlfriend.
Could Monica be Gerald's co-conspirator? Perhaps she started a relationship with Gerald after ending things with Courtney.
Detectives head to her apartment in hopes of getting to Gerald Lowe before he makes a run for it.
That information led us to the search warrant of Monica Scott's apartment. We knocked on the door. She answered the door.
When detectives arrive at Monica's apartment, they find her, but there is no sign of Gerald Lowe.
It's also clear Monica isn't the woman from the convenience store video.
We had talked to her, told her why we were there, and she was very cooperative at that point.
Detectives show Monica the images of the woman from the surveillance footage, and she is able to identify her right away.
Monica immediately identifies the woman as 25-year-old Michaela Riddle.
Michaela Riddle had kind of a rough life. She didn't have a very good upbringing. I think she had been abused in different ways, so she didn't have a very good life.
Michaela had difficulty holding down a steady job. That meant she had to couch surf from friend to friend's house to keep a roof over her head.
What Michaela really longed for was a man to help take care of her.
Then she met Gerald Lowe. Although he was a decade older, he was handsome and charming and had a smooth demeanor.
Unlike Michaela, Gerald had a decent upbringing, but he chose to rebel and live a life of crime.
Gerald Lowe, he was a very polite, very respectful young man. He used to do construction work and carpentry work, and that's how I knew him. And so I don't know that he had such a difficult background where he couldn't have done something different with his life.
Gerald was connected to the local chapter of the Crips, and he had a lengthy criminal record, but he kept Michaela safe. He made her feel comforted and protected.
The two quickly became inseparable. Gerald didn't have a home of his own, but Michaela didn't mind. She was used to the couch surfing lifestyle.
Michaela's hope was that they'd be able to lift each other up and forge a happier future together.
Even though they didn't have a house of their own, as long as they had each other, they were home.
According to Monica, Gerald and Michaela had been living with her, but she said she had not seen them in a few days.
They absconded kind of like, gypsies would do.
Monica tells police she and Courtney had a fight and broke up a few days before he disappeared. But when she heard he was missing, she was distraught.
Monica tried to reach out to him via phone, but she wasn't able to get in contact with him. She believed something terrible had happened to Courtney, and she started crying.
Michaela was at the house at the time and asked why she was upset. She admitted she was crying over Courtney.
Instead of comforting her friend, Michaela says something that chills Monica to the bone.
That's when Michaela responded, "Oh, you're never gonna see him again."
When Monica asked what she meant by that, Michaela said, "This is about to be some first 48 stuff."
So that was a clear indication to Monica that her ex-boyfriend, Courtney, had been murdered.
Monica admits that she should have called the police right then and there, but she was scared and confused. She was hoping that Courtney would just come back home and everything would be back to normal.
Detectives ask Monica if she can give them any information that will help track down these potential killers.
Monica confirms to police that Gerald and Michaela do drive a white pickup truck, but she has no idea where they are now.
Then, Monica supplies them with one invaluable piece of information: Michaela's phone number.
Riddle's phone number, that's a key piece of evidence in any murder investigation. If we can get that phone number, then we can start doing work on that.
This is like gold for detectives. With this, they can track Michaela's general location.
Police are one step closer to getting justice for Courtney Palmer. Now, it's only a matter of time.
So they know that apprehending Gerald and Michaela is going to be the key to solving this case.
In the winter of 2016, Tulsa police finally have a name for the female co-conspirator in the alleged murder of 23-year-old Courtney Palmer.
Police now believe that Gerald Lowe and Michaela Riddle are responsible for what happened to Courtney, but they still haven't found them or Courtney's body.
Now that they have Michaela's phone number, detectives hope it can lead them to where she and Gerald are hiding out.
Once Monica Scott was able to give us Michaela Riddle's phone number, we were able to get the GPS phone logs from the phone company, and then that gave us an area of town where there's several apartment complexes.
It was determined that the best course of action is for the police to just kind of slowly patrol these different apartment complexes and hotels in the hopes that they would be able to find this white pickup truck in one of the parking lots.
On December 4th, 2016, police finally find what they're looking for.
We located the white pickup, backed in, and then from there, we were able to get that locked down, surrounded, surveillance set up on it. We were not going to lose the truck. Our intel person was able to locate and determine that Gerald Lowe's uncle stayed in an apartment right there where that truck was located. And then the investigation really starts to focus in on that particular area. We spend a number of hours surveillance on the truck, and then we decide to go up and knock on the door and get after Michaela Riddle and Gerald Lowe. It's kind of the most dangerous part of our investigation up to this point, because we're going to go and get two killers out of an apartment.
Prepared for the worst, police make their way to the apartment door.
We don't know what to expect. The most dangerous part was the actual confronting of Lowe and Riddle. And we decided to go in and pop the door open.
With tensions high, police enter the apartment. To their surprise, it appears empty.
Then we search an apartment for killers.
Realizing all hope is lost, Gerald Lowe comes out with his hands up.
We make voice contact with Lowe and we get him out, and Riddle is subsequently also found inside the apartment.
But Michaela is not going down without a fight.
Mostly I remember from them was Riddle's demeanor. She was just hateful and mean, and if she could hurt you, she would. So we had to be on our game to make sure we took her into custody without anybody else getting hurt or her getting hurt also. Lowe, on the other hand, was more agreeable. I think he realized that he was just gonna take his chances explaining circumstances as opposed to fighting us at the apartment. Once they're in custody, it's kind of a sigh of relief.
Gerald and Michaela are placed in the squad cars while detectives scour the apartment for evidence.
It was obvious they were kind of couch surfing because their clothes were just there. They weren't hanging in the closet, so they weren't going to have a residence there. So it allows us to search a limited area, and then we're able to find the Cal sweatshirt, which is key to Riddle's involvement in this case.
Satisfied with the evidence collected, authorities take the couple back to the station for questioning. Up first in the hot seat is Gerald Lowe.
Detective White goes in there and explains why he's here. He kind of understands that, yeah, we're there for a reason. He knows what he did, but he still is in denial.
When confronted with Charletha Mack's statement about his and Michaela's involvement in Courtney's brutal murder, Gerald shuts down.
Obviously, he has the right to remain silent. He imparts that right to an attorney, and once that happens, we're kind of done. So we leave the room.
Hands tied with Gerald, detectives hope his girlfriend will be more helpful.
She's as hateful in the interrogation room as she was in the apartment. Not cooperative. She's telling us that we should all have that information. And of course we did. But usually what we want to do is start a conversation and gather some type of rapport with her. But she was unrapportable, if that's even a word.
Michaela plays dumb. She denies knowing Courtney Palmer, Charletha Mack, and Monica Scott. The only person she claims to know besides Gerald is Carl Duke Harris, the man many believed Courtney set up to be shot.
I do remember her making some comment throughout this case that Harris was her cousin, so there's family blood, if you can believe her.
Detectives try hitting her with the hard evidence.
When shown the still photographs from the surveillance video, she denies being the person in the video.
She was not going to have any of it from us, and basically the interview was shut down, mainly because it was obvious that she wasn't going to give us anything. She wasn't going to cooperate.
She demands to be taken to her cell so that she can go to sleep.
With neither suspect cooperating, it's more important than ever that investigators find Courtney's body if they hope to get convictions.
Detectives are afraid that they may not ever be able to find the body of Courtney Palmer.
But before long, they'll get another tip that could help them do just that.
The caller says that Courtney's body was fed to pigs.
The scene was horrendous.
It was just awful, the disregard that was shown for the young man.
December 2016. Police in Tulsa, Oklahoma finally have their prime suspects in custody for the tragic disappearance and alleged murder of 23-year-old Courtney Palmer.
Investigators believe Gerald Lowe and Michaela Riddle tortured Courtney for hours and ultimately strangled him to death.
Obviously, after the arrest, we still have to locate Courtney's body. We want to put Courtney out there on the media. Here are the people that are involved. We show the truck, we show Lowe, we show Riddle.
And it doesn't take long for another tip to come in.
The next day, we get a phone call from Muskogee. So it all starts to roll downhill at that point in locating Courtney.
According to the tipster, Gerald had been seen living in an abandoned farmhouse miles away in Summit, Oklahoma.
Apparently this area used to be a pig farm or somebody raised pigs there before. It was just kind of a desolate country area. There was a neighbor who lived next door who knew Mr. Lowe, who had said he had seen him there around the time these events were happening.
They head out to Summit in search of Courtney's remains. or the pigs who ate them.
We're able to locate the house that the caller called in after viewing our media presentation and search the premises.
Inside the dark, abandoned home, investigators scour for any sign of Courtney or evidence that might connect their perps to the scene.
They actually find a vacuum erection device and a sock. They know they can test these for DNA and hopefully tie Gerald and Michaela back to the scene.
Unfortunately, they don't find any other evidence, such as the pocket knife used against Courtney. They don't find the plastic tub that the couple supposedly used to transport the body.
In the backyard, investigators don't find any pigs, but they do find something very disturbing.
In a fire pit was the remnants of a human body.
The body was found just burned in a heap on a mattress, I believe.
The body there that was burned in the fire pit is unrecognizable to us. It's obviously a human skull. You can see that. So we know we have a body, but we know who we're looking for. At that point, I think we were confident that that's going to be Courtney's body.
The remains are sent to the lab for DNA testing. And it is confirmed that they are, in fact, Courtney Palmer's.
We were able to make notification to Courtney's family at that time. Every time we tell a family their loved one is dead, and it doesn't matter if it's a Courtney Palmer with a rap sheet or somebody that is 18 years old that doesn't have a rap sheet, the reaction is the same. The family cries, and they should, and it hurts. And that takes a little piece of us too.
Lab DNA results also come back on the sock and the vacuum erection device found inside the abandoned home. It's a match to Gerald Lowe and Michaela Riddle.
Michaela and Gerald were charged originally with assault with intent to kill because we didn't have the body, obviously. Once Courtney's body was discovered in Muskogee, we upgraded the charge to first-degree murder.
Charletha Mack is also charged with accessory to murder.
Mack was charged with accessory to a felony, and that's, obviously because it was her house. She didn't call, she didn't intervene.
As investigators build their case for trial, they begin piecing together what led up to Courtney Palmer's gruesome homicide.
It all started on November 8th, 2016, when Carl Duke Harris was shot in an apartment complex.
Duke was Michaela's cousin. She, Duke, and Gerald were really close.
From what investigators can gather, Courtney was the one that dropped Duke off at the apartment. So that's where the rumors about Courtney being behind Duke's shooting started. Michaela and Gerald had bought into the rumors, hook, line, and sinker.
Gerald was used to meeting violence with violence.
Michaela did not have a violent criminal background like Gerald. She had never been involved in anything like this. But she trusted her man, and she agreed to go with the plan.
Michaela loved Gerald so much, she was willing to do whatever he wanted.
On the night of November 10th, Gerald and Michaela went to Charletha Mack's house and waited for Courtney to show up.
Around 3 a.m., Courtney arrived. He was talking to Charletha when Gerald and Michaela attacked, attempting to get him to admit to setting up Duke.
They tortured and beat him to death after he refused to admit that he was involved in the shooting of Duke Harris.
Once Courtney was dead, they loaded his body in a plastic tub and drove it out to the old farmhouse where Gerald sometimes stayed.
Investigators believe the first thing they did when they arrived was have sex on a mattress in the abandoned house.
They then went outside and set Courtney's body on fire along with the mattress they just used.
Soon, police will learn that this crime was even more senseless than they could have imagined.
Turns out Duke Harris is alive. He survived the shooting, and he is adamant Courtney had nothing to do with setting him up.
Michaela and Gerald had done all this to Courtney for nothing.
I think the main thing about this case that stood out to me was it was so heinous. I don't want to make murder sound like it's run-of-the-mill, but this wasn't a run-of-the-mill murder. I mean, the parties involved in this case went to great lengths to torture Courtney, to dispose of his body in a disrespectful way, but the torture of it, I think, was very disturbing to me. You didn't normally see crimes committed in this horrific of a manner in the Black community.
Investigators in Tulsa, Oklahoma, are building their case against suspects Gerald Lowe and Michaela Riddle. The couple is accused of torturing 23-year-old Courtney Palmer to death over an unsupported rumor.
So the rumor is that Courtney set up Carl Duke Harris to be shot on November 8th, but police have not been able to substantiate the claim that Courtney was behind it. All Courtney did was drop Duke off at the apartment where he was shot.
And soon, investigators receive stunning news that proves Courtney's murder was just as senseless as they thought.
Carl Harris did recover from the gunshot wounds. Whether it's a full recovery, I'm sure you shot 6 or 7 times. You're going to feel it for the rest of your life. But as far as I know, he's up and mobile.
With Carl Duke Harris healed enough to speak, detectives are able to ask him about the night he was shot.
Duke says he doesn't know who the shooter was, but is 100% certain that Courtney did not set him up.
Courtney was innocent all along.
You know, it was really unfortunate that his life would be cut short over a rumor. There was no evidence or proof that he was involved in the shooting of Duke.
Prosecutors make a deal with Charletha Mack. In exchange for 2 years in prison and 18 years on parole, she agrees to testify against Gerald and Michaela in court.
And she pleads guilty to her accessory charge.
From everything that came a lot with Lowe and Riddle, this was not going to end well for them.
In December 2019, faced with the death penalty, Gerald Lowe pleads guilty to all the charges against him: kidnapping, first-degree murder, committing a gang-related offense, and desecration of a human corpse. He is sentenced to life in prison plus 5 years.
In Gerald Lowe's case, I was the sole fact finder and sentencing authority, if you will. He didn't have the benefit of a jury. As a judge, I weigh all the facts and what his role was in the event, and in my opinion, I gave him the sentence that I thought he deserved.
In early 2020, Michaela Riddle decides to take her chances at trial.
With regard to Michaela, I think the defense strategy was to hone in on how horrible her life had been and how she would do anything to keep the love of Gerald Lowe.
Luckily for Michaela, the jury is convinced.
When the case goes to the jury, they agreed that Gerald was the mastermind behind the murder and that Michaela took part in the horrific crime to make him happy.
Michaela's charges are reduced to second-degree murder, kidnapping, and desecration of a corpse. She is sentenced to 49 years in prison.
The big difference between what Miss Riddle got and what Mr. Lowe got was she went to a jury trial and she had 12 people deciding her fate. He had me.
Do I think that justice was served? Looking back at it, knowing that Michaela got 49 years, I would have liked to have seen life without parole.
Michaela will forever have to live with the guilt of taking a young father away from his family for something he didn't even do.
She was only involved in this kind of activity because she wanted to hang on to somebody who she thought loved her by doing the things that he wanted to do. Michaela wanted to please Gerald Lowe.
You have to be mindful of who you surround yourself with. You know, have your own conscience, be able to make decisions on your own. When you recognize that things are not aligned with your values, then sometimes you have to exit stage left.
Young ladies, just need to know their worth. You don't need this dude to manage your life. You can manage your own life. You're intelligent, you're beautiful. You can get out and do your own thing. Once you get past that hurdle and learn to love yourself, you can do anything. You can do anything.
If home is where the heart is, what happens when that heart is filled with hate? Before you know it, the darkness can consume you, and your only chance for escape is to burn the home to the ground.
An iconic Atlanta destination becomes the scene of a vicious crime.
This person stood over and shot her while she was in her most vulnerable state. A strong-minded detective with a passion to solve the case.
You're dealing with the most horrific thing that could happen to an individual, and you want to find the person who did that.
This savage attack was caught on tape. And provides key clues to the killer's identity.
You're positive it's him in the video.
The hunt is on.
She broke up with her boyfriend.
But a confounding set of clues must be deciphered.
Injuries to a victim tell a story.
Is sexual assault a motive?
Before finally uncovering...
You've got the wrong guy.
...the truth.
What happened? What made this monster flip that way?
Behind a senseless murder.
It's time to come clean.
We spent our careers solving Atlanta's most puzzling homicides.
But there are other investigators just like us.
With the passion and skills needed to solve the most unbelievably challenging murders.
These are their cases. We're in downtown ATL, home to underground Atlanta. There was a time when this was like our city's Times Square.
Historically, this area dates back to the 1800s. Over the years, it's gone through many renovations.
The last time underground Atlanta was actually thriving was in 1996. That's when the world came to Atlanta for the Olympics. Eventually, businesses started failing. And in 2016, the place shut down completely.
Crime was rampant in the area. And on a cold night back in 2017, police raced to the scene to investigate a shocking and violent crime.
Request for an ambulance at 50 Upper Alabama Street. We have an unidentified black female found laying in a puddle of blood.
Is the female breathing?
Officers at the scene report that she is not.
On the night of January 10th, 2017, Atlanta police respond to a dead body at underground Atlanta. Homicide detective Jamel Logan is assigned as lead on the case.
At the time, I'd been in the homicide unit for about a year, but I wasn't like a rookie anymore. I wanted to work at a police department because I like to help people, and you can go out and get justice for them.
We worked with Detective Logan and knew he was a keeper from the rip. What knocked me off my feet with Detective Logan was his confidence. I mean, it was oozing out of his pores.
Just his presence without even saying a word was deafening.
What do we have?
Let me take it to the bottom.
It takes a certain type of a person and the mindset to actually work murders. You want to find the person who did that and get them off the streets so they don't hurt anybody else. If you look at the underground Atlanta, you have an upper level here, that's the main street level. And then there's a stairwell that goes down to a lower level. That's out of view. That's where the victim's body was located. The victim was a black female, light skinned. The victim had braids, black jacket on, a black shirt, gray, like leggings and black boots.
A lot of times when you're looking at a crime scene, you have to look at what's not present, what's not apparent. Victim is fully clothed, okay? Is sexual assault a motive? Probably not.
You got a lot of questions here, but injuries to a victim tell a story.
There was a lot of blood. There was a lot of bruising to the victim's face. She was pretty badly beaten. I think she knew her killer.
Man could be an ex-boyfriend, ex-husband. That could be the motive in this thing.
This is curious. There was a puncture wound to her neck.
I wonder what caused it.
There was no shell casings on scene. There was no knife located on the scene. There was nothing down there that would explain how she sustained her injuries.
When homicide detectives arrive on scenes, the number one piece of evidence is the body. We start there. We look at what happened and we go outwards.
Here we go.
There was a purple purse on the ground, like next to the victim. One of the first theories that came to my mind was a potential robbery.
Got a wallet, no ID, cell phone.
And it appeared that everything was still intact in her purse, so that kind of muddied the waters a little bit as far as a robbery.
Check this out.
By the victim's body, there were 2 glass doors, which were another entrance into the underground Atlanta Mall. On those glass doors were several handprints.
Could this be the killer's handprint as he's leaving the stairwell?
Can you lift those prints?
I'll try.
In the almost 19 years I was in homicide, you'd be damn lucky if you got a partial print. But you gotta make the attempt.
I go back up the stairs.
There's gotta be something else around here.
We're looking in trash cans, we're looking on the ground. One trash can, there was a little shot bottle that you can buy like at a store. It looked out of place.
Bag this.
And then there was a cigar wrapper, a Swisher Sweet.
Send them to the lab.
You don't know what you have until you know what you're looking for. So it's important that every homicide detective collects everything.
We notice all the security cameras around at the Underground Atlanta.
Underground Atlanta is Video City. There are cameras everywhere.
Good news. You're getting a copy of the surveillance footage. All right, let's get to canvassing.
You would expect to hear witnesses that would have heard something going on if somebody was getting murdered, screams or yells or something like that. But we didn't find any witnesses at that time. The next steps in my investigation is the next morning, I attended the autopsy of the victim.
We have an ID yet?
No, she's still a Jane Doe.
Starting a case with a Jane Doe happens quite a bit.
When you don't know your victim's identity, you got question marks everywhere.
They fingerprint the victim, so they have to send that off to get processed so we can try to figure out who the victim is at that point. That takes time.
The victim was definitely assaulted.
At autopsy, you start painting a picture of exactly what happened to that victim.
What about that wound on the neck?
It's a gunshot. And here too.
The victim was shot, and she was shot twice. Once in the face and once in the neck. I was kind of shocked, to be honest, because I didn't see that.
The bullet goes in under the eye and comes out down below the cheek. That's a downward trajectory. That means this person that savagely attacked this woman then stood over and shot her while she was in her most vulnerable state.
The cause of death is a gunshot wound from a small caliber weapon, maybe a .22.
There was no shell casings out there at the crime scene, so that led me to believe it had to be a revolver.
Okay, thanks.
Now I know how the victim died, but I'm still trying to identify who the victim is.
It's almost as if this poor sister fell out of the sky. Detective Logan hopes to find something that will lead to the victim's identity.
I'm going through the victim's belongings that she had on scene.
What's this?
He discovers something extraordinary. He finds a business card of a McDonough City police officer with a case number on it
the McDonough Police Department. It's southeast of the city. So I reach out to them.
This is Detective Logan with APD.
I asked them, can they give me some more information on this police report number that they had and who it belonged to?
It looks like a domestic.
It's for a domestic violence case 9 days before the date that this victim was killed.
It was crazy.
Who filed the report?
They told me that it belonged to a person by the name of Misha Moore.
Misha Moore. Can you send me everything you have?
The question becomes, is Misha Moore Detective Logan's victim?
What do we have? Let me take to the Bible.
Detective Jamel Logan is investigating the homicide of a woman found dead in underground Atlanta.
The victim was beaten and shot to death.
This is a violent attack, and Logan already thinks it's personal.
We have an ID yet?
No, she's still a Jane Doe.
You've got someone you haven't identified. It just keeps your investigation with nothing but dead ends.
What's this?
Detective Logan uncovers a clue in the victim's purse that leads to a police report from a neighboring agency.
This is Detective Logan with APD.
Now, if that police report is tied to this victim, not only is he going to identify who this victim is, he may have caught his killer.
Who filed the report?
He gets the name back, Misha Moore.
Can you send me everything you have?
That's the most relevant clue that Logan has to go on.
They gave me a copy of the report. They emailed it to me. Misha and another male were staying at a hotel. They get into a physical altercation, and they get kicked out of the hotel. She calls 911, and then the McDonough Police Department show up. The male suspect is no longer on scene.
There isn't a photo of Misha in the report, but there's an address listed for her in New York.
So I had to reach out to the NYPD.
Her name is Misha Moore, age 27.
They ran it through their database, and they had her driver's license. And so they emailed all that to me in pictures.
That's her.
So now I knew my victim was actually Misha Moore.
Once you get a name, you can start working.
Logan, that video you're waiting on came in.
Thanks.
Cameras are the next best thing to having somebody tell you what happened.
All right, we got multiple camera angles on this, so. The fact that Logan has a crime scene with this many cameras, I mean, he's got digital serendipity.
Look there.
At 5:52 p.m., Detective Logan finds his victim, Misha Moore, walking around down an underground.
Who's this guy?
She's with another gentleman who's a younger-looking black male.
Yeah, looks like she knows him.
And they're talking, and there's nothing, like, out of the ordinary going on.
Maybe it's the guy from the police report.
You can't get a good look at that person's face, but you got an excellent look at his clothes. He has on a white construction hat, and he has on, like, these brown work construction pants.
This guy was clearly just getting off work. All right, next camera.
We were able to track their movements on the upper level of the underground until they went to the stairwell and went down to the lower level.
He's seeing his victim in life before she's going to be killed in a matter of minutes. It's about to go down.
Vinny.
I was actually in the homicide office that day.
The murder at Underground Atlanta.
Logan called me over. He's looking at the video.
You see a violent confrontation between the two take place on video.
This unknown male is beating the living hell out of this victim. And as we're looking at this video, something catches my eye.
Oh.
What?
Stop it right there. Rewind a few seconds, play it again.
And clear as day, you see muzzle flash. Boom, boom.
is.
It's shocking to capture somebody take their last breath, somebody's life coming to an end at the hands of another person. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You can see it like you'll remember it like for the rest of your life. Like you don't forget something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, you never forget it. Yeah.
Damn. You can work homicide forever, but every now and then you'll see something that will shake you up.
Now, where does he go?
And this guy calmly walking out of the stairwell. It was sociopathic.
The suspect heads over to the MARTA train station. Like, it didn't faze him. Didn't care. Just went on about his life. Like it was nothing.
You got your work cut out for you. Uh-huh.
This video is the crown jewel of this investigation.
Good luck. Let me know. Starting with Misha's next of kin.
Detective Logan needed to contact Misha's family to make a death notification. He searched through the police database and found her mother's name, but he couldn't find any contact information for her.
Logan thought Misha's cell phone recovered at the crime scene had all the answers. Logan searched the phone's contacts and found a number listed as mom.
He called and it was actually Misha's mom. She said her daughter had been missing for a couple of days and she hadn't heard from her. So she sent a photo of Misha to Detective Logan.
At this point, Misha's mom just knew something bad had happened. It wasn't ideal, but Detective Logan had to go ahead and break the news to her over the phone.
He hoped her mother could identify this guy, so he asked her to come in for an interview.
Thank you so much for your time.
Misha Moore's mother, she came down to the police headquarters along with her son.
She's been through a lot.
Misha's mom was telling me a backstory about her daughter. She just hit hard times, like a lot of people do in life, and she's looking for a second chance to get her life back on track.
She broke up with a boyfriend.
That's why they got her from New York down to Atlanta, hoping for a fresh start, a fresh city, new people.
Any idea who could have killed her?
Misha Moore's mom tells Detective Logan, yes, I do.
I have some names.
Logan's got to figure out who these possibles are given by the mother ASAP.
She's been through a lot.
Misha was struggling with a lot of different things. She was struggling a little financially. She was struggling with a form of addiction that, some people deal with.
She broke up with a boyfriend.
And then you leave that situation because it's supposedly bad. And you're coming down to Atlanta for a fresh start.
Just can't believe it.
It's a pretty sad ending that you came down for a fresh start and you meet such a horrible way to end your life.
So, the murder at Underground Atlanta.
When Detective Logan reviews the surveillance video in the Misha Moore case, he makes a shocking discovery.
There it is.
We actually see when she actually dies.
Damn.
This is the murder caught on tape.
Thank you for coming in.
Detective Logan reaches out to his victim's family to see if anyone may have wanted to harm the victim.
Any idea who could have killed her?
To Detective Logan's surprise, Misha Moore's mom tells him she knows exactly who may want to have hurt her daughter.
I have some names. Misha's ex, for starters.
She was dating a guy up in New York and things weren't going the best.
He didn't treat her right.
That's why they got her away from him down to Atlanta. They thought maybe that person just kept following her and doing harm to her.
Did he ever come down here?
No.
You said names?
There's this guy here in Atlanta.
Her mom mentioned there was an African guy that they thought was not treating their daughter the best.
His name is Mark.
They were thinking that he had something to do with her murder because I guess he was violent with her in the past.
He wasn't good to her.
She was dating an African male that was controlling. This may fit the bill of who this person is.
If it's Mark, if it's somebody she knows, then that could have been him walking with her in the security video. She was brutally beaten before she was murdered. That's personal. That's something that a boyfriend would do if they're upset.
I'll be in touch.
Let's go. Misha Moore's mom has now put Detective Logan on the track of 2 possible suspects.
We met with Detective Logan so he could walk us through what he did next. So, Jay, when you have to make this horrible death notification, you make contact with your victim, Misha's mom. She talked about an ex-boyfriend that was of some concern to her, this ex-guy.
She had a violent relationship back in New York with her ex-boyfriend. I have to do my due diligence to figure out, make sure that that guy who was harming her up there didn't make his way down to Atlanta.
What did you find out about him?
I couldn't place him down in Atlanta. I checked the best way I could, and from all accounts, he never made it down here.
So you eventually eliminated him as a suspect?
I did.
Misha's mom not only gives you this brother up in New York, she also gives you something to nibble on down here with a guy named Mark. I mean, how'd that go?
So I was able to try to determine who Mark was. His height, weight, size, complexion did not match up to the guy in the video, so I was able to eliminate him as well.
So now you've eliminated 2 people.
Yes.
You're back to 0 suspects. Yeah. What do you do next to find the next clue?
Well, I started going through Misha's personal effects on the scene. I want you guys to take a look. And through her purse, I was able to find these shot glasses. And I'm seeing these liquor shot bottles and realizing I remember seeing the same type of bottle back on the crime scene in the trash can.
That's an aha moment.
Yeah. Now I'm matching them up. Now I'm like, I got to go find out where these bottles came from.
Bam.
We know underground Atlanta has all kinds of stores around there.
Yes.
So do you just start going down the street, looking at different stores to try to figure out, and looking on the shelves and seeing if these bottles of liquor are there?
Exactly. I had a gut feeling that the bottles in the trash can and in Misha's purse had some kind of significance to finding out who her killer is, right? I just now need to find the store that has these bottles.
Detective Logan keys in on the only convenience store in the area.
It's just blocks away from the fateful crime scene where Misha Moore lost her life.
Do you sell these?
I go in and I'm asking them, hey, do you have these bottles that you sell? And they're like, yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Are your cameras working?
Huh?
I let them know that there was a murder that took place down the ground. So I said, do you mind if I review your video footage from the date and time of when that incident took place? My purpose of that is to look at the security video to see if I can locate Misha on camera buying those bottles from that store. And if at this point she runs into the killer.
Logan's praying like mercy for this guy to come and get in camera frame. And almost like he took instruction from Logan, he pulls right up to the camera and shows a big picture.
The killer actually walks into the store, the same white construction hat, same blue jacket, same brown pants.
When you believe this, Logan sees this guy in the construction hat walk in the video he wasn't even looking for him on.
You know, that's the luck of the draw there.
The gentleman in the video walk up to the counter and he looks up and I had him at that point. And he's buying Swisher Sweets, which is the same brand that we found that night. That was video gold. Now I have a picture, I have video. Now I just have to get him identified.
Detective Logan notices a critical detail about the suspect's clothing in the video.
There's a conspicuous Atlanta Football Club United sticker on the helmet.
I'm under the impression that this person actually works at the construction site helping build the new Atlanta Falcons football stadium, which is where Atlanta United also plays.
What he's got to do right now is head over and find out who this guy is with this construction helmet.
I talked to the site manager.
Take a look at this picture.
And I'm asking him, do you know who this guy is? And does he work on your site?
This is a murder case, and I really need your help.
It's all coming together. Logan will now know soon who this person is.
Detective Logan now has a clear picture of the man suspected of killing Misha Moore.
It's the best photo he had so far of his suspect. It's the same guy seen in the video walking with the victim. He's on the right track right now.
Detective Logan sees this Atlanta United soccer sticker on the side of the white construction hat worn by the suspect, so he actually goes to the construction site to see if he can find out who he is.
Do you recognize him?
This picture was so clear, which is going to probably help him ID his suspect.
Well, he doesn't look familiar, but definitely works here.
He works on the construction site because only the workers that work on their site have that Atlanta United sticker on their construction hat. So he's one of his 2,000 employees working there. He just doesn't know which one.
We'll figure it out.
He's going to go through his whole employee Rolodex to see if he can find out who that gentleman is. He put his staff on that right away.
Detective Logan went back to the office and brainstormed with everybody, including us.
When Logan showed us the picture of this guy, it was so clear. We told him, you got to get this photo out to the media right now.
In Atlanta, we're a see something, say something city. We want all citizens to jump in and help out. Logan contacted the media and they put the suspect's face all over the local news. He was praying he wouldn't have to wait long for his phone to ring.
That evening, at home, I'm waiting to see if Crime Stoppers send us an email, if anybody's calling in any tips. But I get a call on my cell phone.
Detective Logan.
This gentleman's on the other end, and he says that he was watching the local news and he recognizes the individual in the security video at the store.
How do you know it's the right guy?
We're family. And he tells me that I know him very well. He was like, I'm his uncle.
You're positive it's him in the video?
Yes.
The uncle just restored my faith in mankind. I mean, that's huge.
What's his name?
Felix Shirley. And he told me that he would get in touch with Felix Shirley's father and have him meet me.
Have him come to my office.
A stranger can make a mistake and say, hey, I think that's my neighbor. I think it's the mailman. But if you're related by blood and you call in, that's 100%. And that's exactly what Logan got.
Felix Shirley.
I'd run his name in our system and got his criminal history.
You gotta be kidding me.
There was no violent crimes that he committed. It was mainly like traffic offenses. That's like going from 0 to 100 of traffic offenses to murder.
It totally shocked Logan when he realized who exactly he was dealing with.
You've got a visitor.
Have a seat.
Felix Shirley's father shows up to speak with Detective Logan.
So I always try to let family members know that I'm not trying to railroad their kid, their loved one. I'm upfront and honest where I'm at in the investigation and what evidence that I have against their family member.
Who's that?
It's my son, but it must be a misunderstanding.
Felix was from a hardworking family. Like, father was like, I never did anything like that. We go to church, we work hard.
Let me show you something else.
I even showed her some still photos showing that his son was together with her on that day, right before that murder.
Is Felix with the victim?
That it wasn't a shadow of a doubt that his son committed the murder.
That's your son?
And once he seen all that, he knew and he understood.
It's gut-wrenching that the actual father of our suspect participated in the identification. I mean, I'd have to think about that if I had one of my children involved in something this grave. I mean, you want to do the right thing. You say you might do the right thing, but are you really going to do it?
I just don't understand.
You can see his father was heartbroken. He let me know that his son is engaged to get married and that he has a couple of kids, little kids.
Where's your son live?
At an apartment off of Boulder Crest.
He gives the exact apartment number. He said his son stays over there with his fiance at the time and their kids.
Once you've got your suspect identified, you want to go to the crib. You want to see if he's there.
Hey, we need to hit an apartment.
Detective Logan's got to get over there ASAP and see if Shirley's still on the property.
You're positive it's him in the video?
Yes. In the Misha Moore homicide investigation, Detective Logan gets a tip identifying his suspect as Felix Shirley.
Where's your son live?
He actually speaks with the suspect's father, and his father actually gives him an address.
Hey, we need to hit an apartment.
He sends out the Atlanta fugitive team to go snuff this guy out. The team raids the apartment, but Felix is nowhere to be found.
The place is empty.
All right, good. Thanks.
Detective Logan gets a search warrant looking for evidence. Our target's not there, he's saying to himself, but I want to see what's going on in this house, see if I can retrieve any evidence.
I call our crime scene techs out there. We found the brown work pants that Felix had on when he encountered Misha. There was blood all over the work pants.
Jackpot.
I found a white construction hat in his bedroom that still had the Atlanta United logo on it, and it had bloodstains on the construction hat.
It's just laid out like, here you go, Detective Logan. I'm gonna let you go ahead and clear your case the right way. I'm leaving all the evidence out. Ass out.
You find a gun?
No, but we have enough.
There's no gun, but that's okay. Contrary to popular belief, we don't get guns a fraction of the time when we're working these homicide investigations.
Logan got the treasure trove that day of exactly what he needed. The DNA on that blood is going to be this victim's blood.
This is Felix's girl.
You've got the wrong guy.
She mentioned that she doesn't know where Felix's current whereabouts are. He's an innocent man, and he's just not guilty of the crime that I'm accusing him of.
How do you know?
He told me.
He gave her a story that I met the girl. The girl was trying to come on to me, trying to get my number, but I didn't have anything to do with her.
That's the interaction from the video from the news.
There are other videos we didn't share.
She was like, there's no way somebody with a good job, no real criminal record, would kill some random girl that he doesn't know for no reason, and then come back home and show no signs of it. She just was like, I wouldn't be with somebody like that.
He could tell me all about it when we find him.
He will.
I wasn't mad at her. I expect you to defend him if they're a cold-blooded killer or not, and she didn't believe he was.
Everyone was out looking for Felix Shirley. Detective Logan, U.S. Marshals, even our fugitive unit. But there was no sign of this brother. He was a ghost.
Finally, about 2 weeks later, on January 30th, an informant called our fugitive unit with a tip that the suspect was seen near a bus stop in southeast Atlanta.
Officers raced to the scene, and after a brief foot chase, Felix Shirley was in custody.
And about the same time, Logan received notice from the crime lab that the fingerprints obtained from the glass door at Underground Atlanta did in fact belong to Felix Shirley.
Felix Shirley was brought to homicide for questioning, and Detective Logan hoped that he would talk.
I bring Felix Shirley into the interview room. Have a seat. I read him his rights, and he wants to speak to me without having an attorney present. Sign here.
You signed that waiver of counsel? It's on like popcorn. We doing it.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
He's very nervous, very, very nervous. Like he needs to get something off his chest type nervous.
Tell me why you're here.
Well, I'm just here to clear my name.
You're not always going to get a confession, and most of the time you're not. And to this point in Logan's career, he has not had a confession yet.
Tell me about Misha Moore.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He says no, don't know her. That's a question that Detective Logan, of course, already knew the answer to. And Felix Shirley failed that question.
I guess we're doing this.
And I'm like, I'm here because I believe you killed Misha, right? And I have photos to put you guys together on the day she got murdered, during the time frame she got murdered. And you need to explain that.
Try again.
He laid it down. He undressed this guy mentally first, and then he went in for the kill.
It's time for the truth. Walk me through the day.
Now Detective Logan is trying to establish a timeline, but he's also locking him in.
I just went to the store, go grab me some smokes.
He knew the answers to these questions, but he's figuring this guy out. This isn't getting to know you. You want to start off real simple, real rudimentary, with little details, easy hurdles for this person to jump over.
Tell me about Misha Moore.
And then you want to get into the meat.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You want to get into the horror that this person sitting in front of you has put themselves in.
Try again. Tell me about Misha Moore.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Detective Logan has suspect Felix Shirley in the box.
Try again.
Okay, yeah, that's me. And?
He actually got suspect Felix Shirley to identify himself from the surveillance video.
Logan is slowly pulling the information out of Felix Shirley piece by piece.
It's time for the truth.
He's got him.
You're right.
He's like, oh, I remember now. I did meet her down there, but she was coming on to me. She was trying to get my number.
But I didn't kill her.
No more games. Tell me what happened. Start at the beginning.
I met her at a corner store. She propositioned me.
He says that she wanted to do some kind of sexual stuff, sexual act stuff. And was he interested?
We went to a stairwell for privacy, and that was it.
They go down to the stairwell together, and then he brings up, well, I only have $8. And she was like, well, you can't get anything for $8. I'm more than $8. He says at that point, he just turns around, leaves, and goes home.
Really?
Yes.
That's you.
And I show him the video of the interaction that he had between him and Misha. How he got physical, how he was punching her.
You're the only person with her.
I learned this from Quinn and Vinny. When you're interviewing people, especially murderers, you want to be up close because they can feel the pressure.
It's time to come clean.
I was like, this is your chance to get your version out as to what happened, the truth. It's your chance to give her family, her mother, some closure why you killed her daughter and how you did it. Felix breaks down, starts crying.
And it was about the money, man. I just snapped, man. Just snapped.
He states that, he got physical with her because of the $8. He pulls out a handgun, said it was like a .22 revolver, and then he points the gun at her and shoots her twice in the face. Once in the face and then once went into the neck. And then he said he just picked up his $8, walked up the stairs and went home.
He's sitting in the box, taking responsibility for a murder of a young woman that he only had met 30 minutes before he killed her. It's crazy.
Where's the gun?
It's gone.
He never recovered the gun, but he admitted that he had a .22 revolver. That would explain why there was no shell casings down there. That would explain the small caliber puncture holes into Misha, because the bullet would be so small, it'd be a little tiny puncture wound.
Can you just tell everybody I'm sorry?
And I was like, how about we do this? How about you call your fiance on the phone and you tell her what you did? Because she held him in such high regard. I wanted her to know the truth, the type of person he really is. I put it on speaker, and he told her exactly what he told me.
It's stupid. So stupid, man.
And it takes for this to tell me the truth. I knew it was gonna happen.
That they want my money back.
And what she say, no?
Yeah.
He does a double confession. That's on tape. That's evidence too. I've never seen that.
Now you gotta spend the rest of your life behind bars. Your kids will never see you again.
And she was like, and you threw all that away for what? And he didn't have an answer. He just broke down and cried.
For $8.
Felix Shirley's interview was my first confession. It was bittersweet. It was like, I'm glad I got a confession, but it doesn't bring Misha back. I ultimately charged Felix Shirley with felony murder and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. The district attorney's office added aggravated assault.
In 2017, Felix Shirley goes to trial.
He was found guilty on all counts, and he's serving a life sentence.
This is an incredible, phenomenal case. I can't tell you how proud I am that you solved this case.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
It's just amazing. You climbed the ladder on this case. I mean, you started from the basement. You took it straight to heaven. I mean, you did a beautiful job on this case.
It meant everything to solve this case for Misha's mother, for her family, for her kids. I just hope I did him justice and I gave him some peace.
We know all the hard work that went into this. A little bit of luck, but a hell of a lot of skill is what made this case.
Can you lift those prints?
It was one of the only case where I had everything fall into place like it should have been.
There it is.
I had video evidence to everything, to capture the entire murder. Video evidence of the suspect's face purchasing items of evidentiary value that we found on the crime scene.
He definitely works here.
Just like everything just fell into place. Fingerprints on the glass that actually came back to a person.
How do you know it's the right guy?
We're family. To Felix's uncle, seeing him on the news and turning him in right away.
It's time to come clean.
He answered all the questions in the interview as to how Misha was murdered.
And it was about the money, man. Nah, just snap, man. Just snap.
And it all matched up. For $8.
I have not seen a case like this. Man, I can't tell you how great of a job you did. I'm proud of you, man. Detective Logan, if you had a checklist of everything you're supposed to do in a homicide investigation, he didn't miss one box.
Peace and love, my brother.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Learn from the best.
Hey, man, we're gonna see you around.
All right, take care.